Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, folks, the idea, the main theme presented here is we, the Western peoples, are being replaced by mass immigration at the same time that we're committing suicide through political correctness, multicultural, hedonism, and the rest of the Babylonian death cult that is modernity. Now, the most basic idea that I'm pushing is that because the political correctness, the death cult, is promoted by the money powers, the plutocratic oligarchy, that control the West's politics, economics, and largely our social interactions through social media, the media itself, and academia, almost down to the house level it's come to. Um, the all of this is paid for by the money powers, these financiers, these oligarchs. And so it makes sense that if you wish to resist this death cult and live as a people, as a Western people, that you must find ways to create your own value that they don't have control over the creation of, and that basically people who reject PC, modernity, multicultural, liberalism, equality, diversity, tolerance, all that other garbage, anti-empirical, subjective nonsense, must be able to rely on themselves, then find groups of people like themselves that they form interlocking circles of solid, reliable people with, communities, and you know and when I say rely on themselves, I mean in the most basic sense be able to grow their own food, make their own food, make their own clothing, provide housing, entertainment, warmth, education, motivation for their own people by their own efforts, and without any outside power being allowed any say. Now that's as simple as it is. um, this is the basic theme of all of this, is that for these communities to work, there must be a sort of almost a revolutionary re understanding of the idea that the man woman family dichotomy, the complementary relationship of the woman who tends to the hearth and the home and the children, and the man that, you know, takes care of the economics, and the sort of interplay of this. Now, these aren't absolute, of course. Women will probably have some sort of jobs at some point in this, but the basic understanding that it's this complementary give and take that creates life, and that this life, this child, this ideal child, is the reason for the whole civilized social structure. That is the pillar on which all the other stuff that I have to say about anything rests, is that there is life. And in the most real sense, in a basic man woman relationship, the life is the child. The man goes to work to provide for the child, and the woman works, the child eventually will grow to adulthood, find another mate, you know, and then take care of the parents in return, a reciprocal relationship. Do you see? Now, I know that sounds absurdly simple to many people, and I'm not even going to try to claim that it's anything else. It isn't profound at all. It isn't deep. It isn't heavy. It's very basic. It's the result of asking myself the one most simple question that I could ask. And, where do we all come from? From the union of man and woman in flesh. What can I say? This is simple reality. Is that there's a way to death, and that's the modern way, the PC, liberal, tolerant, politically correct way. And there's a way to life, and that's the nationalist way, which in our efforts we promote as the PDF below, and under almost every one of these broadcasts, that PDF's there. And the idea is that we want to survive, and I want you, the loyal sons and daughters of the soil, who believe in what I believe in, to survive. I want others to be converted to what we believe in, to be brought over to the land of the living, and come back to the truth. And with that, we leave you. Oh, folks, how y'all doing today? Now, if you're new to all this, let me make this clear. My basic position is that we, the Western peoples, okay, in America, that'd be the white English-speaking Anglo peoples, have every right, like every other people on the planet Earth, to have our land and to basically self-determine how we wish to live. That's it. Now, anyone that runs counter to that and tries to force us to accept any kind of political correctness, diversity, pluralism, tolerance, and all the rest, as far as I'm concerned, they're communist subversives who are forcing their will upon us. The majority of people don't want that nonsense. They're simply afraid to speak out against it because if they do, the Maoist media, the academic class, the social justice warriors will pounce on them, they'll lose their job, they'll be outcast from society, and they will be effectively ostracized. That's all it comes down to. Now that's my position. It's very simple how we've come to this sorry, wretched, pathetic, cultural Marxist, liberal, multicultural status. It's so basically simple. The watchword, the basic virtue, if you will, of both cultural Marxism and liberalism is greed. Selfish, greedy, needfulness, happiness based on consumption of mindless nonsense. Now, if you exalt selfishness, greediness, and self-centeredness, you'll always wind up in some kind of mess, like what you're seeing here. Toss in all the rest of the death cultism, and here we are. Here we are. Here we are. There's no great intricate conspiracy necessary. It's really rather simple. The essence of all of the problem lies directly in the fact that selfish, greedy hedonism is the, highest virtue of materialism, and materialism is the basis upon which liberalism and cultural Marxism is based. There you go. These immense conspiracies, they're simply unneeded. They're unneeded. Here's the reality. If these conspiracies are true, they don't matter. And I'll tell you why. They don't motivate. The average person doesn't give a goddamn about esoteric truths. They don't care about esoteric truths. They care about their children's future, their jobs, their housing situation, their community, the schools their children go to. These things, these are the primary concerns of almost all people, male, female, old, young. Okay? If you touch on these things, you've covered something like 90% of the population with ease. Okay? Hello, folks. How are y'all doing today? You notice that recently there's been a huge upswing in normal people, regular normal people, who basically seem to believe more or less what we believe. Now, we don't get out to enough people with what we're saying to possibly influence these people. Thus, basically what we're saying is the gestalt, the worldview of an age. See how this works? See, this is extremely uplifting to know, And now, of course, there's going to be those who are going to try to, how should I put this, harness this to their own ends. They just aren't getting the program, man. Now, that's reality. That's the real deal, how it is. Now, we can argue about this and that and the other, but the best, simplest way to deal with all this dumbass, extraneous nonsense is to establish a position where there's us and everyone else who is us. See? Then we don't got to differentiate. Nobody gets special treatment. Everybody just the same now. It seems so simple to me. There's my folk, who are +1, and everyone else who's 0. 1 and 0. Binary. See what I'm saying here? Seems simple, doesn't it? It's just a lot of these movement stalwart types, they just can't, they just ain't getting the program, man, that normal folks in rural America, they care about are these things. Are you ready? And if you focus on these things, you'll get their heart. And it's as simple as that. Food. That's right, food on the table, which is tied to work, okay? Which is tied to a house. Those are the three big things. If you focus on those, on pointing out that both the Republicans and the Democrats, are trying to basically take these things from their kids. From there's a few other things. Safe neighborhoods, which ties in with safe children. You know what I mean? Better schools, which ties in with, getting rid of the youths who are friggin' barbarians and they're uneducatable. Now, that's my sense, is that if the movement folks would focus in on these few simple things and sort of let the rest of it deal with itself. Hello folks, how y'all doing? So that we understand, racism, fascist, Nazi, as they're used in America today and in the English-speaking world as insults, are nothing more than shaming words used by colorblind conservative country club types, the PC leftists, the big money banker sorts, to shame us common class majority people into accepting minority status in our own lands. They are a custom crafted weapon designed to make us, through Pavlovian conditioning, cower so that these leftists, the GOP country club types, and the big money bag carpetbaggers, who all work as one team, can import third world barbarians into our country, lower our wages, destroy our unique identity, and in the end steal our countries, our labors, and our children's futures from us. And therefore I say, everyone who uses these words to try to shame me and make me be quiet, that you are either a dupe of these PC communist banker elitists, or you are one of these PC communist banker elitists. But either way, what you have to say about what I say only is encouraging. Because if you find what I have to say to be racist, that means that it's actually, in fact, normal. You see, in the normal world, real people, the majority American people, for instance, should always care about their own people first. Just like you would care about your own family first, and your own children first, and your own house first. Well, a nation is a group of families that are basically similar. And so you should care about them then more than other nations. And you should want to protect that nation from things like, say, mass immigrations, which, with all these Mexicans coming over the border, is in fact an invasion, an attempt by our government, openly admitted attempt, to turn us, the majority European American citizens, and into minorities in our own countries in the name of an insane political ideology called political correctness, which is financed by big money and which is supported by the so-called conservative party. The GOP is just as political correct as the Democrats. They are traitors and they are useless all the same. Now, you GOP country club types can go screw yourself. I am here not to defend your stupid party. I'm here to defend the American majority, European descended people and their interests. Just like other people defend, the blacks defend their own interests, the Mexicans defend their own interests, the Jews defend their own interests. Well, I say the whites should defend our own interests. We should look to our own interests without shame, because we have group interests the same as everyone else has group interests. This isn't evil. It isn't racism. It isn't Nazism. There's no such thing about it. Those words, again, are merely shaming words meant to keep the white majority from uniting behind our own interests and to ensure that we remain weak and impotent and divided by these two false, useless parties who are both servants of the PC Banker Alliance, which in the end is destroying our nation. Thank you. Hello folks, how you all doing today? Now, the reality is in the modern world, the elite rest upon their credit power. Their credit power pays for everything else that they control in your life, your jobs, your housing, all of that. And the first step in understanding how to get out from underneath this is understanding that you, through your labors, create everything that's of value. Human work creates everything that we value. While it is true that nature may provide the raw materials, our labor provides the things that are of use. Now, the diagram here is a way that people who were opposed to this elite could organize to create their own counter credit system, a credit union system controlled by themselves. The advantage of having a credit union controlled by yourself is obvious, since it is apparent that any group of people would care about their own self-interest more than any group of bankers or other people who don't live with them will care about them. The basic assumption being that the common person cares about themselves, their family, their children, their children's future, and all of these other plethora of little things far more than any remote landlord or banker or businessman in New York or Chicago or London or Paris will ever care about these sorts of people. It's a very basic assumption that I think holds true, and only a very foolish person would say that it's otherwise. It's really that simple. And if bankers can create credit with nothing more than government fiat backing it, well, then people who have produced wealth ought to be able to value that wealth as some kind of money and use it as credit. The basic idea being that a dollar's worth of work creates a dollar's worth of credit, which will be discharged when it purchases that dollar's worth of work. Very simple stuff. Then we simply work, build, and create a understanding in our people such that they can create a society that operates upon proper principles and uses an economy for its proper purpose, which is as the material base for a people, such that families can raise children within strong bonded pairs of male, female, mother and fathers who create proper homes where children learn proper values and the mother and father have specialized roles. Then these families come together and work. The families work as larger and larger communities based on these associative economic principles, such that a credit union is created and a proper national society, so that this usury-based internationalist PC world order can be properly opposed with all of the bases covered, and so that nationalism can have a realistic chance to defend home, hearth, and heritage as one nation, and to have some kind of realistic possibility of bringing about our demands in a meaningful way. But that all begins with us having a proper understanding of first principles, a proper understanding of who our base is, and a proper understanding of what is needed for us to interact with them such that they wish to interact with us. Thank you.
The people who ruined themselves on purpose. A tale of usury, stupidity, and greed. Once in a faraway land there were a people who yearly brought the entire value of their national worth to the great idol of the golden calf. The entire population, from the largest to the smallest, from richest to poorest, brought every single penny they had and laid it before the feet of the calf. There it was counted by the calf's usurious money-lending priests, who would add up the entire national worth and then lend this amount back to the people with interest added, such that the amount owed was always more than the amount of worth in circulation. because the amount of the interest was not covered by real-world goods and services. A mathematically certain proportion of people had to lose something, many everything, so that all of the people could repay the loan partially, such that every year another loan had to be made to cover the lacking portion from the year before, thus keeping the bankruptcy-poverty cycle going every year, year on year, without ending. And thus this people, by their loyal subservience to the usurious priests of the golden calf, year after year brought bankruptcy, poverty, scarcity, homelessness and despair upon a mathematically certain number of their people, young and old, sick and healthy, and ensured that as a whole they would be in debt to the calf. And this was called freedom. In a not very long time a very large number of these people had nothing to bring to the calf. These dispossessed and impoverished citizens had no more illusions about the calf, and saw to it for the rapacious fraud that it in fact was. But the priests of the calf foresaw this problem, and used a small amount of the ill-gotten loot to divide these impoverished people and play them off against each other. And for a long while this worked, though over time the people started to see through these divide-and-rule games, and thus threatened the usurer's power over them. Alarmed by the thought of losing their lucrative annual trade, the priests of the calf encouraged the plurality, who still had worth to pillage, to believe that the majority of the people were becoming poorer not because of the usury of the priests, but because of the laziness and uselessness of the impoverished masses themselves. And so these remaining few debtors with goods to pillage denounced and rounded on the masses, acting as the overseers and administrators, working night and day to keep them in line for the calf. As the priests of the calf consumed every last bit of their substance and made them one with the masses in poverty, bankruptcy, and despair, many of these dupes ended their days as Judah ended his, dangling from a rope, cursing the day they saw the 30 pennies of the usurious priests of the calf. And finally the day came when none of the people had enough to pay off any of their loans, and the usurious priests owned everything. And on that day they all of them defaulted and became serfs, bound to a never-ending debt which could never be repaid, and perpetually laboring for the benefit of another group's best interests, forever laboring to profit another in the lands they once ruled. It was sad, and it should be a lesson to others. The lesson is that any people who allows usurers to control their money, goods, commerce, and credit will end up like the people above, bankrupted, impoverished, disenfranchised, dispossessed, enfeebled, overthrown, and serfs in the land which they once ruled. Ask any person in the Western world, for we all live under such a usurious system which is slowly turning us all into serfs, as it grinds us all down into poverty.
Hello folks, how y'all doing today? Every single assertion made by political correctness is a lie and is in error. Diversity is a weakness, tolerance a vice, multiculturalism a shoddy production, not a shining example for humanity. Equality is a bad joke, and the sum total of it all means that our society is rapidly becoming equal to dirt. PC took over our institutions with the intended purpose of destroying the majority people's authority in our own homelands and creating of them a minority amongst many, many other minorities in their own lands, so that the elitists and their leftist and right-wing alleged scallywag carpetbagger allies, the clowns with DNR after their names, those scallywags and carpetbaggers, can have it all their own way. Thus, it is both inherently opportunist and subversive, being perfectly willing to make treason pay big, and to pay big for treason it turns. Political correctness has been instituted to destroy our identity, shame us into accepting our denigration in our homelands, to divide and destroy the family, to remake the people into consumerist persons with no greater loyalty than themselves, to break the people down morally in 1,000 subtle ways and divide us meaningly, endlessly, and uselessly politically. That is all done. All of this is done to make us weak and ensure that the virus of political correctness infects our citizen body and our very souls as our pantries, closet, and pockets are picked clean by the elitists. The keys to stopping political correctness are speaking out against it and encouraging others to reject its communist-inspired egalitarian mamba-jamba and a united majority population. Those are the two keys to ensuring PC is routed. We have to awake from our slumber, take notice of the late hour, and rage against going into the perverse light of PC. We must unite behind our majority, our history, our families, our homes. We must cease being a mere trading post country and become a proper united nation with one people, one culture, one way of life, and one united majority voice. We must and shall become a united majority population that is not afraid to say, we choose ourselves and reject political correctness. We reject diversity and becoming a minority in our own lands. We choose to remain and we shall remain one people in one land, under one law, with one way of life, living by the light of one culture, united as one nation. We have chosen, and that is the end of the matter, for Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. We state and we believe. A culture is the soul and a mind of a nation. A unique people, its living heart and blood. A state, the people's body and defense. We have one culture complete, one heart which is our people, one body which is our state, and all of this together makes one nation, complete unto itself, unique and lacking in naught. We are united as one nation, once the, not a, but the majority people, united in defense of their homes, future, and majority, take to the streets with chants like this in their hearts and on their minds. The days of PC are numbered. Hello folks, how you all doing today? Now I see that we have another major city going up in flames. That'd be Baltimore. We have some looting for liberty, some pillaging for peace, right? Some, I guess, thuggy culture for justice, right? Now the very fact is, folks, is that the video, the live footage is outrageous. The media is sanitizing this to the hilt. These blacks are running around. I mean, it's like in Fatah, it looks like a Palestinian uprising down there. And I'm going to tell you right out, folks, I do believe in the right to protest. I believe in the right to demonstrate and air grievances and all those other things. But everything comes with a responsibility to act like civilized beings if you're going to exercise these rights. You know, looting, pillaging, you know, throwing bottles at cop cars full of God knows. No. This is when the firearms, the fire hoses, the dogs, and the batons need broken out, and heads need cracked, bodies need piled up, and order needs restored. Period. Now, the very fact is that we've come to this sorry state, this collapse of Western civilization, where every single time a white person sneezes at a Negro, a Mexican, a fag, or anyone else, there's a riot, a looting, a series of white guilt, shame in the media, where all of us white folks are supposed to feel bad because these colored barbarians run around acting like barbarians. Well, I know it ain't gonna happen. Now the reality is that because we've tolerated this, we have to put up with this. This garbage is the result of welfare state, single motherhood, and frankly put, political correctness and liberalism. You people have mollycoddled these goddamn savages since they've been rioting in some time in the middle 60s, and every time they rioted, you've encouraged it. They keep on rioting, they keep on burning, they keep on raping, they keep on looting, they keep on killing, and it ain't no problem for none of you fuckhead liberals. Right up until a white person does anything to them, oh, then it's Jim Crow all over again, the Klan's coming back. Well, you know what? Why is it none of you all ever mention all the white folks that are brutalized by these barbarians? All of the law-abiding blacks down in their neighborhoods, and there are quite a few of them that are outright the first victims of these orc barbarians. How come we never hear about them? How come you never mention the store owners down in these neighborhoods that are losing their businesses, lost their life's work because of these ape barbarians? Eh? It's only the thugs. It's only the people on the streets shooting and looting and killing. You know, the inner city Olympics that you're talking about. You know, this Freddie Gray. The man was a goddamn dope-dealing thug, and frankly, I don't care if the police beat his skull in and killed him. End of story. He was a waste of human flesh that cost everyone else money and produced nothing in his life of value. Now that's reality. I refuse to saint these sorts of scum. And I don't much like the police system we have, but the fact is that black neighborhoods are so violent that the only way to deal with it is simply open fire on them, beat their ass, break their heads. They were raised Lord of the Flies. In fact, they weren't raised. They're simply sprogged and then thrown out of the nest so their mama can keep spitting out more, to keep getting more welfare checks, to lay on her lazy, useless ass and do nothing. So they're not even raised. The streets raise them. They are literally Lord of the Flies thugs. Look at how they act. They're down there even assaulting firefighters, trying to put out fires in their own goddamn neighborhoods. This is how stupid these people are. And I'm supposed to take these people on as my equals on top of feeling bad for them? Well, screw you. Not only are these barbarians not my equal, they're unwanted house guests that I've never invited into my home. And on top of all that, I don't only not feel bad for them, I think that they're scum and that they cause their own problems, that they need to get away from my people and go and implode on their own. Thank you. Hello folks, how y'all doing today? Wall Street and the big money, the international cash that backs Wall Street, they're the master of this here plantation, and the GOP and the Democrats, they're the overseers, right? And you two fall in behind them, you're chain gangs, okay? So what I'm saying here is if you don't like the worker shack you're in and you don't like the treatment you're getting, stop picking the tobacco. Yep. You see how easy that is? But you won't. You'll keep listening to the media, which of course is nothing more than their hired, high-stepping yellow preacher who's going down there and poisoning your mind with gibberish that has no advantage to you. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So I mean, I'm saying, folks, if you like being Kunta Kinte and struggling up like Toby, whoosh, whoosh, say your name's taxpayer, whoosh, say your name's taxpayer. I mean, you know, stick with the GOP. They'll gladly put you up by your thumbs and beat you for a while. On the other hand, if you don't like this routine, I'm saying that because the master, the Wall Street money bags people, but it isn't just Wall Street. It's Wall Street, those banks, all the corporations close to these banks that get cheap, free, easy credit, versus basically everyone who doesn't. Okay, and all of that's backed by the big money international community, quote unquote. Now, if you don't like being ran around in a hamster wheel, it brings you lower and lower and lower and brings them more and more and more for you putting more and more effort into running that wheel. I'm saying it's time to understand that you need your own plantation where the wealth goes to you. All right, you understand? You see, their great control of your life is that credit. It's that money. Those green little pieces of paper you use are issued by these people. The Federal Reserve Bank is a front that fronts for the international money power, period. Whoever issues the money controls the money. If you have to use the money, they control you. If you can break that control, then we can meaningfully talk about political and social change. But until then, until you have control of the food, the clothing, the housing that you need to survive, you have nothing. And talking of any type of resistance or opposition is childish. It's like a little kid talking about a revolt from their room within their parents' house. It just isn't so. Now, Either accept the fact that you're a bunch of broke down Negroes following behind a chain gang with a overseer that's either red or blue, or forever be tricked into running their plantation for them. Whatever tickles your fancy. Hello folks, how y'all doing today? Now, on your screen, you're going to see one picture through this whole thing. A lot of people ask me questions about nationalism, this organic society theory that I've been working on lately, and other related topics. Now, many people are confused. They have this media conceptualization that nationalism is about hating people outside of your circle and about opposing people and this and kind of gibberish. Now, let me make it positively clear to you. I oppose and reject mass immigration, diversity, tolerance, multiculturalism, and political correctness. I say that the only functional, long-lasting, stable kind of political grouping are monoethnic and monocultural. They are simply superior to multi-ethnic and multicultural nightmare countries. Now, the simple reality is that a strong people, a stable people, a people who care about themselves, understand that everything outside of their circle is outside. A strong people does not believe in nonsense like humanity. They understand that their people trump over all other people, and that everyone outside of that circle simply isn't equal with them. There is no equality, the outside of the circle and the inside. The inside is +1, the outside is 0. One, the outside, is the land of death, and the other, the inside, is the realm of life. There is no commonality, no common bond, no link. Any other belief that any of you may have is simply an error. It is incorrect. Now, on the other hand, everything inside the circle is inside, and what inside the circle does not cause chaos is not prohibited. What leads to order is required. Wisdom comes from understanding the causes and effects of things and the ways and means used to control and mitigate said causes and effects. In other words, wisdom is understanding when you need to control people and when you can let them do what they want. To keep order inside the circle so that people remain loyal to the circle. All affections and goodness are reserved for those inside this circle, comprised of the organic whole of your people and of no others at all. Any love or affection that goes outside of this circle isn't a free choice. It is treason. It is betrayal. You are a traitor. Your emotions do not matter at all. Any garbage about I cannot control love? Yes, you can, you weakling. You simply choose to be ruled by your weak womanly feelings. Untermensch. That is reality. Now, for the rest of you, your question should be basically answered now. Yes, I am unconcerned about your PC problems. Yes, I have absolutely no interest in your nonsense about hate, since I am animated by love for the people inside of this circle. I love the inside of the circle, and I'm utterly indifferent to the fate of the outside of the circle. Let the dead outside of the circle tend to the dead, while I, the living inside of the circle, will tend to the living. Legal is just as bad as illegal. It is the displacement, not the legality, that is the issue. Legal or illegal are lawyers' trifles. We don't care if they are legal. We care that if they are taking our place in our own homelands. That is the issue, not trivial lawyer wordplay. Mass immigration is the death of nations and the birth of bastard countries based upon nothing but money and selfish gain, i.e. based on nothing at all. A proper nation is based upon one people in one land, under one law, with one way of life, living by the lights of one culture. Multiculturalism is just shorthand for no culture, and a hodgepodge of alien persons pretending to be a proper nation. Thus, let us set aside that PC, weak-kneed nonsense about legal versus illegal immigration, as if the legals will magically just become part of our nation and people after paying their entry fee and are better than the illegals. They are not one whit better, because the simple fact is that it does not matter if my people are displaced by illegal or legal immigrants, only that they are being displaced at all. That is the key matter of focus. Why? Why? Because my people, the American majority people, made the state called the United States of America in the image of our nation and of no other. If you're English or German or Swiss, just substitute. The idea applies just as readily. Reject PC history. If we, the majority population, go, the landmass remains, but America is gone with us. All of the wealth, creativity, and greatness, that was us. Not some paper or landmass, but only in merely us. That is the fact of the matter. We made this. It is ours, and ours alone. And we have no reason to share with barbarians that are simply tearing down what our ancestors built up with such care. We, the majority Americans, are the body, heart, and soul of America. And the PC Rainbow America is a feverish fantasy that is more akin to a trading post / brothel than a nation. If you replace us with third world immigrants, you get third world countries that will be more like Liberia or Laos or Lebanon than America. All third world immigration of any kind is unacceptable, as those savages are both alien and a burden upon my nation. They have no reason to be here among us, being only a net loss and a destructive element amongst our ranks. They are not in any way a benefit, nor do they enrich any but the very few who hire them while putting lawful majority citizens out of work by so doing. So they are merely tools being used by treasonous carpetbagger employers and culture destroyers, as well as disease and crime vectors, e.g., they are no benefit at all to the common majority citizen. The reality that PC and the equality cult does not permit us to discuss is that different groups, races, nations of people have different inherent abilities, and some just cannot build anything like a first world nation, and in fact, when they come to one, they ruin it in short order. That is why all minority areas in the first world resemble the third world, and the more of them we import, the more our nation will resemble their failed states. The more our culture will retrograde to meet their savagery in the middle, to the end that our once high culture will become cannibal Congo culture. Thus, legal or illegal, if you flood the land with barbarian, alien foreigners, you destroy the unique identity, mores, and values of the people. And that is what diversity is by any other name, destruction. Mass immigration of diversity has caused the state to become alien to the people, which allows the state to be free of the people and to try to crush the nation rather than being its good servant. Thus, mass immigration, legal or illegal, is a means to subvert our nation and destroy our unique identity. The benefits are imaginary and fraudulent, the cost permanent. Any questions? standing by my window on a cold and cloudy day, when I saw earth come rolling for to carry my mother away, I said, Undertaker, 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 please drive slow for that body you are hauling. Lord, I hate to see her go. Can the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Follow close behind, try to hold up and be brave. But I could not hide my sorrow when they laid her in the grave. Can the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. I went home, Lord, home was lonesome, home was lonesome, she was gone. All my brothers, sisters crying, oh Lord, a home so alone. Can the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Dear PC and pals, any mass immigration is unacceptable, for we already live here, and we rather like it. It is our home. Did you hear that? This is our home. It is ours, and we mean to keep it as ours. Thank you, though, for your offer to bring in hordes of diversity. But we will not. Thank you. We will be keeping our unique identity. We have decided that it is in our best interest to keep our majority status, and that becoming a minority to assuage your insane cult is not in our best interest in the least. We shall rally to our families, our homes, our hearths, our heritage, our history. We shall defend our ancestors and our posterity's honor and hold their patrimony firmly. Patrimony, of course, is our lands and the wealth and the things which we have created through our labors here. We will hold those things firmly for the good of our future generations, and so that we may live here now and honor our ancestors who built it for us. And I want to make this clear. We intend, PC, it has been our determination to hold this for us because we view that as our best advantage and best interest. And we have thought over your multiculturalism, happy hippie communist around the world offer and found it to be lacking. We, being, of course, the rightful majority, shall rule our lands, and we shall do so openly with reverence for the maximum. The good of the people is the highest law, and the say of the lawful majority, and no others, is the final judge as to matters temporal. In defiance of your multicultural nonsense, have decided to remain a unitary majority population that is not afraid to say, we choose ourselves and reject PC, that is you and your pals. We reject diversity and becoming a minority in our own lands. We choose to remain one people in one land under one law with one way of life, lived in the light of one culture, united as one nation. We believe and we state firmly that a people and a nation come from the loins of its mothers and its fathers and from no other place. They're not clubs that you create. And we further believe that a culture is the soul and mind of a nation, a unique people, its living heart and blood, a state, the people's body and defense. We are unique, we lack in nothing, we are united as one nation, and we need nothing from you. We ask that you leave us be, so that we may remain, as we wish to be, united as one nation. Political correctness is the ideology of both the right and the left in the modern world. One of its crazy and absolutely insane tenets is that everybody is equal to everyone else. The result of this is that politically correct countries have been overran by hordes of third world people who have come to steal everything we have built. The politically correct force this upon us, call it diversity, but diversity is death by any other name. It is the elevation of thugs and barbarians to the level of our rulers and our judge. And it is quite unacceptable, for in the end it must lead to the barbarians butchering us and destroying, burning, looting every single thing that we have created and building in its place slums and shanty towns upon the ruins of what was once our nation. This cannot be stopped if we allow third worlders to keep coming in this way. The other result will be they will perpetrate violence against us as they gain more and more power and are enabled further and further and further by the politically correct fools. They will perpetrate even greater levels of violence. There will be even more destruction. And then the politically correct turtle people, the panda people, will come out and insist that we all are equal. And we must continue to behave like a absolutely idiotic frog that wishes to die. Now, I say that that is for people who want to remain on a ship of fools. Once there was a family who lived on a very large farm with a very nice house, and they had a large number of children. They were happy, and they lived under their own rules, with their own way of life. They had a culture that they appreciated, and all was well. Then one day, on the porch, there showed up a banker and a cultural Marxist, and they asked if they could be allowed to have refuge in the back corner of the family's property, because they were homeless and no one would take them in. Poor dears. At length, the family decided they would, and so the bankers and the cultural Marxists went to the far back of the farm where no one would see them, out of sight, out of mind, and the family went on their way, living their life, doing as they were doing. At length, though, they found that the cultural Marxist was spending time with the children and programming them full of nonsense, and the banker was always trying to loan them money and get them in debt to him. And so one day, the parents went out to where the banker and the cultural Marxists were at to try to confront them about these behaviors, and they noticed that there were thousands of people they had imported back into the back 40. They'd never asked to do this. They simply had done it. And when they were confronted about it, the bankers and the cultural Marxists said as one, "Your children knew about this all along. We have programmed them to accept it. Your rejection of these people who need your help and who are on your land, and because they're here have a right to vote and a right to be part of your family, is racism." And the parents, they objected to this, but the bankers and the communists merely persisted in calling them racist. Then their children started to call them racist. And then their children and the bankers and the politically correct communists put forward a motion for a vote. The parents were outvoted, and they were threw out of their lands and off their farm, which was given to the horde that the bankers had brought. After the parents had been removed, the bankers and the politically correct communists rounded on the children and had them eliminated by the horde and took control of what used to be the family's farm. Just a little story. It's about mass immigration, you see. Communists and bankers have taken refuge in the West, and now they're forcing mass immigration on us. They've brainwashed our children and will attempt to turn them against us so that they can throw us out of our home, then toss our children down and raise their little PC-colored pets to the new owners of what was once our lands. Have a nice day. Hello folks, how y'all doing today? As you can see, this is very basic. Just watch the pictures, read the text, and you'll figure out what's going on. Have a nice day now. People, nation, state. A proper state is based upon stable families that form a nation that forms a state to protect its interests. A proper state exists to protect the interests of the families and the nation which are its heart and its blood. A proper state is one people in one land under one law with one way of life living by the lights of one culture. They are united based on the knowledge that they are one family in a sense, not literally, but in a sense. And their families are strong because the man and the woman have separate roles and take care of their duties properly. From this flows the natural idea that these families cooperate to make each other strong, to reinforce each other's strength, and from this to build a strong pyramid, a societal pyramid. This pyramid is strong in so much as the lowest families within it have justice and are given their proper due. If this is done, then things can be arranged such that all of the society as one has their heritage, their homes and their hearths defended and their whole being taken care of. They will see their homes, their jobs, the law, all of these goods in societies as one for each of them, like they would see it for their own family. They will have a proper understanding of the idea that their family grows out into the nation, and this nation creates a state. And all of this is based upon the civic duty of the citizens, them understanding that loyalty, duty, courage, honor, these are the watchwords of any stable society. Any society that understands those virtues will grow from the family to the nation to the state to create a circle, unbroken, to protect itself from diversity and political correctness, and it will remain united as one nation. Once there was a family of people, and they lived peacefully in their own house, on their own property, doing their own thing, under their own set of rules. And then they allowed some house guests to stay. And the house guests over time outnumbered the original people in their home and decided that they and not the original people should order things to suit themselves because, of course, one person, one vote. The house guests would say, but the family members would insist. But it's our home, we should make the decisions. And the house guests got together and they decided, how shall we get around this truth, this great truth that these people who own this should have the say? And one of the house guests said, we should say they don't own it. We should say that they stole it and that they only made it because we were here. And if we hadn't have been their guests, they wouldn't have had any of this. And then we should force them to accept our point of view by passing a resolution that says that we will jail and exile and punish any of them that speak out against our version of events. And so the guests came back and told the family the way it was going to be. And this, in effect, turned this family's home into the guests' home and turned the family, who had originally been free and happy, into slaves to these guests to whom they had been kind. This family is the first world, and the guests are mass immigration. Thank you. Hello folks, how you all doing today? Now, as you can see in the diagram in the back, today we're going to talk about a proper nation state. And this is based off a people, which is a group of families which have blood relations, which are in a land, which form a nation, which form a state. A healthy nation state has one people in one land, under one law, with one way of life, living by the light of one culture. But all of this begins with families, mother, father, child. Where the mother and father have unequal but both necessary duties, both fulfill their duties for the good of the child is taught proper values and brought into the correct way of acting, and then each of these families act in coordination with the larger society so that all can live better. A proper society has a proper hierarchy. Organization is necessary, but the top of the pyramid give the bottom of the pyramid justice, and this justice ensures that the base of the pyramid is strong so that all are stable. Another way to view this is that you have a material base that builds a social base, that builds a political base that is a whole. Heritage, home, hearth, whole. That's a real people. Real nation states understand that their economic resources are there so that each and every citizen can be fed, housed, clothed, and thus so the whole nation can be strong, so the bottom of the pyramid can be strong. They are loyal, they have courage, they do their duty, and they have honor. And these things protect the homes. These four national virtues are the strong walls of the nation. Then this nation forms a state. The state is the means that the nation uses to protect the families, the people, and itself from the outside. It is the cell wall that keeps out political correctness and diversity and protects the people and keeps them united as one nation. Once there was a silly egalitarian leftist, and they moved to a neighborhood that was flooded with raccoons, so they left dog food on the porch for the raccoons. And the raccoons, of course, took the free handout. And in time, the raccoons grew fat and impotent. And when the man would come out to put the food out, the raccoons would be waiting for him right there. And when he wouldn't come out, they would get angry and destroy his porch. And there grew to be more and more raccoons as his feeding them allowed them to breed well beyond their natural replacement numbers. One day this man was found on his porch tore apart by his raccoons. He had ran out of money to buy them dog food, and they had turned on him. Here we could substitute liberal America. We could substitute the foolish first world that feeds the third world. We could substitute the short-sighted employers and egalitarians that allow mass immigration into the West. Take your pick. They're all going to be like the man that gave dog food to the raccoons in the end. One people in one land under one law with one way of life, living by the light of one culture, united as one nation. A culture is a head, a people a heart, the state a body. Together they are one nation, united as one nation. Our culture complete. One heart, one body, one nation. One culture, one people, one law. Our land, our nation, one. Unitary, whole, strong, united as one nation. United we remain one people. United we keep our laws and our lands and our way of life. Our organic nation. Unitary, whole, strong, united as one nation. Hello folks, how y'all doing? If nationalism isn't about families, man, woman, child, families, being strong in homes, having a secure hearth, being safe in their traditions, having clean neighborhoods, these families, living in orderly and safe towns with other families, then I really don't know why anyone would even bother with nationalism at all, since it seems to me that a nation is at least ideally a family of families, and that all families, meaning that a nation is based on a family in the end, and that a family in the end is based upon a male and a female dividing labor such that each does their part, that children may be produced and continue the kind, hence the nation. Moreover, it is about the nation expressing itself politically, self-aware of itself, of its existence, and forming a state which in effect acts as sort of a skin around the nation, in the same way that the nation sort of grows out of the family. So we have a family that grows up into a nation, and the nation builds a state. The state exists so that the nation, which is mainly a spiritual, mental, emotional construct, can preserve the family, which is a material, physical construct. If nationalism isn't about that, then I see no reason for it to exist. For from this basic organic conceptualization of families forming into nations, you have a basic idea, a concept of associative cooperative economics. You have the basic concepts of familial roles, mother, father, child roles being the normative roles and the measuring sticks against which to measure both the success and the purpose of all other authority and roles in society. And just as in the family, the father is the head, in every proper nation, state, based upon a proper family and understanding of the family, there is hierarchy. There is a ruling class, a middle class, and a lower class. And what makes a proper state stable is the lower class is given justice. The upper class thinks of these lower class and middle class people as their children, as their brothers, as their cousins, as their family. And this is what nationalism's all about. It's about ordering the governmental and the economic and the social affairs of the nation such that it benefits the nation as a whole and the individual members, exactly like a family tries to organize its affairs such that the individual members of the family and the greater family are served. Thank you. We must unite as one proper nation based on our homes, our heritage, our hearth, and our history as one common people. We must get beyond this silly idea that this piece of paper and that these ideas gave life to this country, when in fact we animate this country and give it everything. Us, the majority European peoples, and no one else. When you take us out of what is called America now, it'll be nothing more than a third world trash heap. And I won't accommodate it any other way. United as one nation, we can stop this. We can keep our lands. We can not become a third world hellhole under multicult, which we will, If we remain under multicult, we will. United as one nation, we can keep our laws, our ways, our unique identity. This is not hate. This is love for our own self, love for our lands, love for our history, love for our families, love for our children, love for everything around us that's ours. Why shouldn't we love these things and value them above others that are outside of these circles? Why? It is not hate. It is insane to think that it could be otherwise. United as one nation, we will throw out these parasites and these others who are trying to destroy our identity and force us into this third world serf status in our own lands. United as one nation, we will regain our honor and regain manly control of our destinies. United as one nation. Once there was a very prosperous group of birds, and they had a group of nests that were quite clean and orderly. And other birds, who were far less industrious and less capable, came and started laying their eggs in the nests of the prosperous and industrious birds without them knowing. And in time, the eggs hatched, and the industrious birds noticed something might be amiss, because the new chicks did not look like normal chicks, but, they were born in their nest, so they must be the same, because if the eggs are born in the nest, they're all the same, right? So, it turned out that as the chicks grew, certain of them displayed tendencies which had come down by descent, by blood to them. And the prosperous birds, they just couldn't understand. It must have been the environment. It must have been some kind of parenting fault on their part. And as this continued to happen, because the other birds continued to lay more and more and more and more and more and more of their own eggs, rather than the industrious birds' eggs, which they started to crush and push out of the way, you see. As this continued to happen, the industrious birds started to feel guilty, as if they had caused all this to happen. Now, the point is here, is that we shouldn't be silly industrious birds. Just because someone's born inside of our lands doesn't mean they're one of us, or that they'll behave like one of us, or that they will fit in with the rest of us or belong. Don't be an industrious bird. Don't be a dodo bird. Tolerance is supposed to be a lovely, happy thing. Puppies and cats together. Oh, everyone's loving and doving and great and spooning. However, that's all crap. It's violence, death, mayhem, and destruction. And for as long as you tolerate it, you will be tolerating minorities of the world committing murder, death, rape, and other mayhem against you. Tolerance is timidity. Tolerance encourages violence. Tolerance brings savages to our shores so that they can commit barbarities against our people, and so that they may tear down our society one brick at a time, brick after brick after brick after brick after brick, with absolutely no lid up. Tolerance is a cancerous infestation. Tolerance is false consciousness. Tolerance is a absolute fantasy. Tolerance is anarchy. Tolerance is so terrible, not even children are safe from the barbarian hordes. The children, they are going after little children to get even for their racial scores. You gain nothing by tolerating this. You gain nothing. Stand for your own people in your own land. Hello folks, how y'all doing today? Hey, you seen this lovely kitty cat here? Now, you know how he's making fun of you. You can see what he's saying to you. Now, I've often wondered this question. How exactly is society so powerful that it trumps biology? What I want to know is, how is multicult so juju, you know? That it takes people whose highest achievements were building a mud hut and a wooden cattle corral, and then imports them to where we're at, and they enrich us. How does that work again? And what I'm really wondering is, how does them coming to where we're at and having children here make them part of our living people? How does that work out again? Because it seems to me that if I was to take this cat here and call it my dog, it still wouldn't bark. If I was to call it a bird, it still wouldn't fly. And if I was to call it a fish, if I held it underwater, it would certainly die. The media and academic allies of political correctness, this great plot against civilization, label anyone that speaks out against any of political correctness's dogmas as a hater, a racist, a xenophobic racist, hate-filled Nazi, N-O-T-SEE, even. But that's all smoke and fluff. It is exactly identical to a virus telling the healthy cell it is invading that the cell is hateful for rejecting the virus. For a healthy cell, like a healthy people, a healthy culture, a healthy society, wishes to reproduce itself as itself, like itself. Political correctness, on the other hand, wishes for the Western world to produce copies of communist-inspired, egalitarian, third-world multicults, and not of itself, properly and orderly. It is thus exactly analogous to a social and ideological virus. We must reject their labels and affirm, we state and believe, a culture is the soul and mind of a nation, a unique people its living heart and blood, a state the people's body and defense. We have one culture complete, one heart which is our people, one body which is our state, and all of this together makes one nation complete unto itself. We are united as one nation. We must unite as one proper nation based on our homes, our heritage, our hearth, and our history as one common people. We must get beyond this silly idea that this piece of paper and that these ideas gave life to this country, when in fact we animate this country and give it everything us, the majority European peoples, and no one else. When you take us out of what is called America now, it'll be nothing more than a third world trash heap. And I won't accommodate it any other way. United as one nation, we can stop this. We can keep our lands. We can not become a third world hellhole under multicult, which we will. If we remain under multicult, we will. United as one nation, we can keep our laws, our ways, our unique identity. This is not hate. This is love for our own self, love for our lands, love for our history, love for our families, love for our children, love for everything around us that's ours. Why shouldn't we love these things and value them above others that are outside of these circles? Why? It is not hate. It is insane to think that it could be otherwise. United as one nation, we will throw out these parasites and these others who are trying to destroy our identity and force us into this third world serf status in our own lands. United as one nation, we will regain our honor and regain manly control of our destinies. United as one nation. For us working and middle-class majority Americans, it is time to face the fact. The political, constitutional order is defunct. Thus, anyone who talks about the GOP this or the Democrats that, I say, please shut up. Thank you. All of that is WWF-style acting. In the end, the majority, the American, European majority, middle American people are forgotten, and money and political correctness triumph on the Hill in D.C. daily in a million ways. We have to awake from our slumber, take notice of the late hour, and rage against going into the perverse light of PC, and rage against becoming wage slaves and serfs in the land which our fathers built. We must unite behind our majority, our history, our families, our homes, our heritage, our hearths. We must cease being a mere trading post and become a proper united nation with one people, one culture, one way of life, and one united majority voice. United as one nation. One people in one land under one law with one way of life, living by the light of one culture. United as one nation. A culture is a head, a people a heart, the state a body. Together they are one nation. United as one nation. Our culture complete. One heart, one body, one nation, one culture, one people, one law, our land, our nation, one, unitary, whole, strong, united as one nation. United we remain one people. United we keep our laws and our lands and our way of life, our organic nation. Unitary, whole, strong, united as one nation.
The flag goes down, the flag goes back up, the circle remains unbroken. The most basic question is the liberal push to destroy and besmirch the battle flag and white history in the southern USA a win or a loss for folkish nationalism and the other loyal right wing and center elements among the sons of the soil? Unequivocally, it is a win, a double win, in fact. It will awaken the long slumbering crackers and help to heal the divide between the Rebs and Yankees that still inhibits effective national cooperation among right wing majority people. It will start by awakening the rural poor chucks from Dixie to the Pacific to the fact that they are public enemy number one of the new American Rainbowtopia. The pot has gotten too hot and the frogs, they are a jumping. These frogs are not just any old frogs, though. They are the sleeping giant who has the potential to destroy political correctness in the modern world. Smash it like a fly they can anytime they decide to make their will a reality, like a fly. Put simply, the poor and middle class whites hold the center of the continent, control all the productive farmland or can seize it at a whim, have all the skills needed to build or destroy a modern civilization, and are the only true folk on the North American continent. All that is lacking is motivation to free ourselves from this monstrosity called multicultural and political correctness, what with its phony love, tolerance, and deadly diversity nonsense. Well, now Pharaoh wants more bricks from his majority slave or no taxpayers, and soon our Moses will be coming. And then it'll all be all about let my people go. See the book of Numbers 33:52 and the book of Joshua for more about that subject. The liberals and commies coming for the battle flag with the GOP acting the part of pimp and enablers. The open in our face hatred for whitey, especially for our women and children whom the barbarian never seemed to grow tired of victimizing. The colored crime more generally, and the housing ruling that will force the ghetto barbarians and their visceral hatred for and criminality upon the suburbs. These will almost surely be the fire under the whitey folks' backside that gets Billy and Jeb up and riled. But they will not be alone. It is one thing to talk about equality, and another thing to have your schools and neighborhoods enriched by Muslim savages or Negro thugs. We wager that once the burbs get a good sized dose of equality and that ever enriching diversity, that the middle class folks will rather be helping to organize the working class majority loyal folks against the modern slave plantation called PC multiculture. The TV's lies about how much better it is to be diverse only last until you live with diversity. Then the scales fall off the eyes, and once that happens, the middle class majority will look for allies. And the only people they have are the working class of their own race, as everyone else hates them. Finally, the reality will be presented to the clueless burbs, and they will have a meeting of the minds with the white majority working class. Once the trailer parks and suburbs put aside their petty differences and start to work together, PC's days are numbered. They are counting down. The objective fact is that the liberal, commie sodomites have set the table and are busy baking the meal. You can already see it at the flag protests. Upper middle class folks surely organized the meetings, but they invited everyone that was loyal to attend and sing along. And remember, Southern whites mostly work, and if 200 could be there in the day on a work day, then there are tens of thousands of silent supporters waiting in the wings. And about that singing thing, which gives the soul wings, as it were, when you see Southerners singing songs like Can the Circle Be Unbroken in a CSA officer's uniform, they are fighting mad. See, that song is sort of a birth and funeral sort of song. So they're singing about their dead kin, themselves, and those that will come after them. That is the essence of folk, a circle that transcends the now and connects one to the past and future equally. I foresee the folkish nature of the rural southerner whites spreading as the other poor whites start to identify with the battle flag, and it takes on the entirely new meaning of us whites versus you others outside us whites. Once that breach is healed, the Reb versus Yankee tiff, then there is no force on earth that can hold us in bondage to PC or continue to force diversity upon us any longer. Fact is that many of us folks in the far west and midwest are of the same exact blood descent as the folks of the deep rural south. It is stupid for us to fight out a 175-year-old tiff that was not even our tiff then. Let the rich fight the rich men's battles, and let the rest of us loyal folks band together for the fight, eh? Thus, all in all, and by, this premature push to eradicate our white heritage, invade our homes, and kill the fires in our hearts is long term a massive win for those of us that reject modernity's absurdities, multicultural's lies, and the insane idea that mixing with barbarian, low IQ primitives enriches us in any way at all. Shall win, because the flag was taken down, but the flag will go back up, and the circle will remain unbroken. Thank you. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, a friend contacted me, and he suggested that perhaps there's too much doom here and not enough sunshine. Now, that's probably true. My nature is more dour than joyous. It's just, what can I say? Ah, but be that as it may, everything requires a certain golden mean, a certain balance. Now, for those who don't know, the golden mean is essentially the idea that between any two extremes, there's a middle point that's more correct. It's not that there's an exact correct point. That's not what Aristotle and the other philosophers that use this idea really hitting on. It's that, say, between utter reckless disregard for your person and utter craven cowardice, right? There's a certain controlled courage, that allows for disciplined utilization of your skills, you see, right? Sort of, or even a controlled fear, even, you see, right? Because it's not bad to be afraid when your body's exposed to, it's bad to be a craven coward about it. That's the incorrect part, you see. And most other things in life are this way as well, including happiness, and there's a middle point, governments, uh, autocracy and anarchy. Somewhere in the middle is the better point, where you have some kind of hierarchy, and then the more responsible and able, merit-based, not necessarily wealth-based, but merit-based people promote to the level which they're fit, which they're naturally inclined. You see what I'm saying? Not really elections so much as selections and public approval of people based upon confidence in their ability to lead. Frankly, to lead. I mean, I can't make it any more simple. That's about as natural as it gets. Okay, so as it sits, one of the big problems with our modern society, and I know some gloom, I'm sorry. A little rain, I guess, makes the sunshine seem better, though. So, and one of the big problems is that basically political correctness has taken reality and subverted it, and all of these men who should be married, who should have families at home and children that adore them, have nothing, and many of them are literally cast out. I mean, like, almost like, Adam checked out of Eden, like just tossed into the bridge, and it's not funny, and I'm not making fun of it, and it's a reality. Okay. And it's systemic because, frankly, there's simply not enough employment for them. There it is. Okay. And particularly not employment that will allow them to be any kind of father or husband, or what Teddy Roosevelt in the New Nationalism calls a good citizen. It just isn't there. Okay. Now that's a real problem that needs to be addressed at a national level. Now these men, in the meanwhile, there they are. Okay. There they are. Now comes the sunshine. People could go to these folks, find the ones amongst them who are not utter ruins, okay, who are not drug addicts, who still had motivation, who are willing to do the $40 a day job, drudgery and all that. Okay, okay. Give them the idea of organizing. Organizing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. So instead of trying to claw their way up out of the bottom one by one by one by one, you find 10 or 20 of them. Okay. One that has good credit, get the money, rent them someplace to live. They simply live there. Do what the Mexicans do. Yeah, that's right. You heard me say it. If these invaders scum can do it in our own country, so should our own folk to fight our way back to our rightful place in the sun by God. Now, these men band together like this, they live this way. They save a lot of money doing this. They eat regimented meals, beans and rice and lots of bread and potatoes and okay, cheap food. Save money. Now, in the meantime, you find the people amongst these folks who are willing to sort of fall into more organized bands beyond this, and you form them into associations of men that are going to save up money in this way, slowly and surely, in legitimate bank accounts, collective bank accounts. These are, most banks will open them for you for a few dollars. Okay, and there can all kinds of conditions that can be set on them to keep any one person from stealing the other's money. I mean, that's part of the reason for doing this. It's also so that everyone can learn responsibility, so they can see, hey, look, everyone's made their contribution. And you get what I'm trying to say? Now, once these people have saved up enough money, they buy derelict properties far away from PC, that is in the rural heartlands of America, and this is a particularly American thing, but in Britain it could probably be done in much the same way, though the locations would have to be specified, and I don't know enough to really, lay it out. Okay, but the idea is much the same anywhere in the world. They save, they buy, they move, they rebuild, they attempt to generate what they need to live first off of their own land. Yeah, that's right, actual farmstead homesteading. That's hard, it's difficult, and it will separate them from politically correct sodomite Babylonian society. Simply cut them right off from it. This is purposeful. This will not be a defect. TVs and these sorts of things will simply be downplayed. If need be, I would advise actually, cutting them. It's garbage. All of that junk on there is unneeded. There is nothing that cannot be had from proper books. Proper books. TV and radio are unneeded, you see. And so these people will go learn, first off, will learn the lost art of being a community, you see. And essentially these people will form nuclei within existing communities to sort of rejuvenate the countryside. Yeah, I know that sounds arrogant in its way, but the fact is that the politically correct apathy, the mental rot, has went deep across our people, and it will require people willing to leave political correctness mentally, physically, and spiritually. We fight a battle with spiritual principalities and this and such, and yeah, correct, and that's really what it is. And so these people will work, and then eventually, my theory is that if they could get some kind of small handicrafts going, the funny thing is the exact people who hate right-wing redneck hicks love the handicraft and unique production value of stuff that they make, and so they would actually fund these folks. Yeah. Now that's basically an idea of mine, part of a large, much larger idea. That's a part of it. It would take a long time to get, and frankly, it's all legit. Now that's the whole thing. It's all above board and legal. At least in the English-speaking world, there's a concept called mutual benefit corporations, mutual benefit companies, mutual benefit societies, associations. Okay. And you need to look at your particular jurisdiction, but there are a whole list of them where I'm at, and they do different things. From pool societies to well water maintenance societies to everything you can think of. Okay, insurance, housing organization associations, the whole wing ding. Okay, and the idea is that these people would form up groups that would build these sorts of associations between themselves and the community, and thus pool all their efforts and simply leave the fighting like rats in the flood of free market Wall Street garbage behind, and the free marketers on Wall Street can rat bite each other, while the folk in the center grow unified and strong. You see. Now, the Wall Street Journal is absolutely terrified, or the New York Times, excuse me, is absolutely terrified. The entire establishment, really, that this something like this will happen because they're already going for white extremists are more dangerous than Muslims, and this is garbage. Diversity is way more dangerous than any white people. There's a reason why you can be out in West Virginia in the middle of nowhere. You can be the most Yankee hick hating Southern person known to man, and it'd be really hard to get yourself messed up. Really hard. All right, and we all know this. But go on down to Williamsburg in Virginia, where there's a few more diversity units, and your enrichment value can go up really fast. Just takes one wrong turn down the cul-de-sac, and oh, you'd be lucky you get out of there. You'd be like Mad Max; they suck you right back in. And we all know this. Everybody knows this. We're not buying these media stories, you know. And again, that they're pushing this because they know that some kind of idea like what I just said, you know, that people will just say, hey, why don't we just go to Boonstick, you know, Whiteyville, where people like us already live, and where the people there basically think like we do already, and where the people there are already more or less, on team with us, and go and work and integrate, become one with them and build strength on strength. Win-win, right? And really, now see that's different than people saying let's go someplace and make it better per se, which really means change it to suit yourself. No, I'm not talking about gentrification so much. I'm talking about building up, but I'm also talking about respect. Do you know what I mean? Respecting the people that already live there and sort of getting up, because I am actual rural white America. I don't really have to actually move back to anywhere. I could probably go to almost any place outside of a city in America, and in 2 weeks, the basic rules make sense to me because the basic rules I grew up with, you see. And there are 50 million people like us. Now, there are about another 45 or so million descendants from people like us in the cities. If those people were to move back out to the countryside with their skills, with their engineering degrees, with their chemistry degrees, with their, you see, all the resources are out there in the rural hinterland. Lots of labor, no real presence of the system out there because they don't care. They just think of the people out in there as a bunch of drunken, drugged up hillbilly chucks. But if they were to be organized and given a rile or some sort of spirit, well, that could change things now, couldn't it? Now, you see what I'm trying to say? This is a win-win situation. This is kindred helping kindred and getting ahead to get out from underneath the GOP cucks, the left-wing commies, and the golden calf money bag bastards that are paying for the whole charade, you see? Okay? That's my, I guess, sunshine. All right, y'all. Take care now. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, I'd like to talk to y'all about sort of a delicate subject. The basic idea is that in your life, there are two ways you can view things. You can say, these people have done this to me, or you can say, I have allowed this to happen to myself. Okay? Are we all together? You can either say, they are to blame, or you can say, I am to blame. Now, this is the difference. While you will remain pure and blameless, sweet little lamb, good little angel, if they've just done you wrong innocently, nothing you could have done about it, poor little victim, you will also remain a baby, a useless weakling who can do nothing about being victimized because you have no control over it. If, on the other hand, you take the other route and you simply say, okay, all right, how did I get to this situation that this was possible for these people to do this to me? What must I do now to ensure that this does not happen again? And why did they do this? Therefore, I can know what they will be thinking and how to counter that. You see, in one, you're a poor, poor little baby that has no control over anything. And in the other, you're a full-grown man who has embraced his own responsibility for his life and who now is analyzing the world around him to see how his enemies have taken advantage of him and what he can do to negate their advantage over him and strengthen his defenses against their further aggressions, you see. In prison, they would say, you can either cry like a girl or you can get a pencil and go in that room and stab that man full of holes. It's kind of crude, but it is the same idea. You can either accept that these people beat you down, you get nothing, or you can go back in there and you can get yours. Now, in the real world, it's not good, of course, to put pencils in people, and you shouldn't have to because, frankly, no one should have to live with those barbaric colored savages that they have in the prisons. They should just fall through a hole, those savages, and that'd be easier. But here in real life, the reason that us right-wing people, everybody right of center, is in this situation, this PC, multi-cult, terrible, leftist, almost communist situation, is because, well, actually, frankly, it is communism. It just hasn't fully revealed itself to us. It's sort of like the Sith on Star Wars, how they hide behind Palpatine, Same idea. At any rate, we sit here and we say, well, Obama's a Muslim and he did it. Congress cheated me. The courts cheated me. Oh, they wrote a bad law, lobbying. Oh, they bribed my... But you notice what nobody says? Nobody ever says anything like, why don't we use, in the western states at least of the United States, the plebiscite, recall, and referendum powers to force legislative change? Now, of course, you say, but the federal government had just slapped that down. Make them be open tyrants. Force them. Take responsibility for your own situation and make them take responsibility for putting you down. Don't just stay laid down because they might slap you back down later. That's not how men behave. That's... Now, you say, well, there's other things too. I mean, you're here because you allow the cucks and the commies, the Republicans and Democrats, if you're in America, or the Tories and Labor, or, and their money enablers, their money paymasters, to bend you over and rape you. You're here because you allow that. That's reality. I know it's sad and it's sick, and a lot of you just don't want to hear this. You want to say, oh, you're so mean. You just say these terrible things to hurt me. Be quiet, you weakling. You need to either toughen up or die off. That's reality. That's the truth. Okay? Now, toughen up. That would mean that you need to quit letting them get you. Pay attention when they're coming. Like when the cucks, the GOP, try to pretend like they're your friends. They're just trying to trick you into open the door so the other two can bum rush you. Stupid. So, it would just help if you all that didn't like this system, that didn't like multiculture, that don't like tolerance, that don't like mass immigration, that really don't want to have politically correct communism shoved down your throat, shoved down your children's throat, have your children turned into little race mixing, egalitarian commies, if you're against all that, then perhaps not caring about what the cucks say, not caring about what the commies do, but focusing on the money bags, the credit power, the currency power, the moolah that backfunds all of this, would be your smartest move. Because if you knock down that money power, the other two punks fade away. It's just like when a pack comes at you. If you knock down the biggest bully, the other two punks will usually just blow off. You go for the leader of the pack. And in this case, that's the credit power. So, to keep up with this line of thought, you can either be passive and use their banks and fund their credit power against yourself, or be an active bunch of men and work together, band together, work really hard, create your own credit unions, fund yourself and starve them dry, and then pay for your own party that isn't either one of these two rapist punks, so that you can actually fight back effectively against the three of those rapist punks. Now, to me, this whole using the Credit Union Act and credit union systems in Western Europe has the same thing, to fund yourself and take responsibility for your own fecundary future, seems like the number one first step y'all could do into walking again like men. Okay? Then you could use that money, loan it back to yourself on a business basis, and recreate paying business concerns. Small mines, small factories, foodstuffs, clothes, cottage industries, that sort of thing. If you were keen, you could make products that could be marketed to the exact yuppies and elite people in the cities across the world that hate crackers like you, and fund yourself from your enemies. So at the same time, you could starve the beast, supply yourself, be free of these two parties, and have their elitist people around the world pay you money. You could get them interested in you, like John the Savage say in Brave New World, and make them pay, while you took responsibility for your own life and were turning around the situation from being their entertainment to being their imperator, from being their amusement to being their ascendant heron folk. You see, since in the end, the difference between they did this to me and I take responsibility is the difference between the ruled and the ruler, between the base and the noble, between the proud and the honorable, and the weak and the miserable. And it's like that. You understand? It's as simple as this. You can either sit forever and cry, oh, they cheated me, they took my constitution. Or you could do what men did 200 and some odd years ago, meet and write up your own constitution. You could have your very own little paper baby. Well, imagine that. Well, what an idea, huh? What an idea. Now, and it goes on and on with the rest. The fringe far right movement with their nobody will let me. The media always stops me. The media stops you, people, from writing essays. The media stops you from writing real, hard-hitting informational pieces that get to the gut of majority white America. It does? Really? I don't know how that works, because it doesn't seem to be any great filter stopping me from saying what I want, and people that hear it tend to seem to like what I'm saying. So maybe if you all changed what you talked about and took responsibility for your own failure rather than blaming others, that is the majority of Americans, white Americans in particular, for your social ineptness, perhaps they would respond better than you. You see, I guess the difference, folks, is that while I have many faults, I try not to say, you don't respond well to me because you're blah, blah, blah. No, you probably don't respond well to me because I have failed to carry my case. I have failed to present what I've done. I didn't do what I had to do correctly, and thus, of course, you didn't fall into line correctly. Well, duh. You know, only a fool would expect to do something wrong and get the correct results. You see? Much like only a baby expects not to take responsibility and get the rewards for success. Okay? So I guess it comes down to, folks, you can sit around for the rest of your life and cry about who's doing you dirty and how, or you can, you can work. And don't get me wrong, at some point in my future, I'm sure I'll have a turnaround. There's every chance I'll lose the place I'm living very soon. Then I'll be sitting with this thing in a tent somewhere. I probably won't be as happy for a while, but I'll still just try to remind myself it's time to take responsibility for yourself, organize, see what you can do, and try to build your way up from here. That's what you do, folks. With that, folks, all y'all, take responsibility for yourself and do what you can do, and from there, let God take care of the rest of it for you. He'll help you if you listen. Y'all say I'm a crazy fanatic. Whatever. At least I sleep well at night. At least I can say to myself, I'm doing what I think is right, and I may not be pure or good. But at least I understand the concept of contrition and repentance, and I'm trying to help others avoid the mistakes that I made for a very long time. So the basic idea is claim, don't blame, reframe, claim it, reframe it, and make it how you want. Don't blame, don't whine, be a man. Hello, folks. How you all doing today? Now, today, folks, I'd like to talk about the basics, um, the fundamentals. You really can never hammer the fundamentals too often. That's a good rule in life with anything. People say, a lot of people get mad at this sort of thing. We think I'm stupid. We don't. Perhaps I've forgotten. You see, fundamentals can never be hammered enough. It's the truth with anything, whether it's a baseball game or chess or, you know, basic worldviews or understandings or logical systems or whatever. Understanding the fundamental rules or the fundamental concepts that are at play is the way to having better skill, a better ability, better results from whatever it is you're doing. This is a belief I have, actually, and it tends to work out pretty well as far as I can determine. Pretty well indeed, actually, as far as I'm able to divine things. So, with that in mind, the fundamentals of the, how should we going to put this, the nationalist or far right wing or populist even, populist or proto-nationalist worldview. Okay, from my conception of it at least. Since I'm not some pope, and that is that just isn't how that works. Now, I figure that the most simple place to start is at the beginning. Okay. Now, there are two ways we can start out. We can start out with one person or a group of people. Seems pretty easy, doesn't it? Now, if we have one person, we have no economy, we have no society, and there is no politics in a group of one. None. Zero. There can't be. By nature, these are group activities. If we're going to go with, say, the biblical narrative, and there's an Adam alone, and then there's an Eve, really nothing actually starts happening, though, until they get kicked out of the garden, and there's a mother and a father and a child, and then Adam has to work, and Eve takes care of home, right? And in the normal order of things, outside of special creation, because none of us are Adam, that's just reality, all of us have a father somewhere, whether he's in the home or out of the home or dead or gone or whatever. We have a father. I mean, Jesus even had a father. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Okay, all right. And there's a mother, a woman that gives birth to you. Now she may be gone, dead, or whatever, but you have them. There's a mother and a father and a you. Correct? Everyone with me so far? It seems really simple to me. And because these two people, being, you come about. Therefore, family, therefore you, therefore family seems to be the basis for you, since all of you, and myself included, are interchangeable in this way. In this way. Now, I didn't say in every way at all. That's no. I don't believe in anything like universal equality. At any route, because we have at least this much commonality, we can say safely that we all come from a family. Okay. Now, it seems to me, once I've determined where we come from, now where does this unit that we come from, what does this unit we come from require? What is it, what is the necessaries for this unit to exist? Well, we have to have food. There's a certain caloric intake that's just needed, or people die. There's a certain amount of clothing that's needed. So clothing is needed. And some kind of shelter, basically, to sleep in at night. I mean, it seems, keep the wolves, as it were, off of you, even though there aren't many wolves left in our people's lands anymore. But, right, the idea nevertheless remains. You don't want to be out at night. Now, so we need these, and then it comes down to what is necessary to get these things. Well, it seems that it has always worked best that in the natural order of things, families really don't come as one unit. There's usually several of them together, and this is normally your smallest breeding group of humans. We'll call it 5 or 6 families. Okay, perhaps 20. This is, about your normal range of sizes through human history. Okay, this is what we actually observe. Now, it would seem that in human history, what has normally happened is the men banded together, went and did the large hunting, sort of labor-intensive projects that were necessary beyond just hunting, building new buildings, all these sorts of things, right? Okay, of course, because men have more muscle power. That's just, what do you want me to say? We run faster, we're stronger, and the woman stays home. The women stayed near the homes, not at home, not like locked in the home like some kind of Islamic society, but near the homes where basically, if they had to, they could all fall back into the home, a cave, wall, perimeter, set a village, cobbles, whatever, right? And use those as a defensive place, as well as basically tend to them, and the children, according to their age, were either just looked after or basically helped in. And men, children gradually broke off with the men, and women, children. I mean, this is really simple Simon stuff, but because our societies went so far off the rails on this most fundamental division of labor in nature. I mean, there's a reason why I'm developed the way I am and have facial hair, and girls aren't. Okay, and it's not a choice, and it's a biological reality. Girls do better taking care of home and children than men do overall, on average, for sure. It doesn't say men don't like children. I like children. Children like playing peekaboo with me and all that. I mean, come on. Kids actually like me. We're more than most adults. But I'm not a good nurturer. You know what I mean? I'm a better provider. I go out and I find things and think, oh, okay, what do these kids need physically? Not, oh, how's their little heart doing? That's just not a concern of mine. Okay? I have other things that I'm wired to do. And girls have things they're wired to do. And again, most men, I think, are very much like me in this way. I think if we're being honest, this is just how it is, It's not sexism, it's not genderism, it's just reality. But so here we are with this, and then from there, really, the rest of it falls into line. In a modern society, it doesn't seem very hard. Okay, basically, it means every loyal citizen's family should have a home. The citizens require some kind of job because instinctually men are wired to want to go out in groups and do things that are useful. And if you provide them the ability to do this, they'll be happy. And I don't mean happy like in the liberal sense. I mean instinctually, at a gut level, naturally content. This is a completely different thing. One's transient and one is a status that exists within inside of a person in a calming way. Okay? You see? They're totally different. And again, if you go to where like these Amish girls are that have like 90 children and people, oh, that's so horrible. Talk with them. I've actually been out with them, and they're some of the most cool, laid back, casual girls on the planet Earth. They like being where they're at. They're content with their life. They're happy. They're centered on themselves. You see, instead of being all empty like people are now. And the reason I say because this is because people have taken these basic roles, this basic idea that we need a mother and a father to come to the earth and create it into some kind of, I call it the atomic individual, the magic individual, you know, the person who floated down from heaven with all the rights that Thomas Jefferson gave him, right? No such person ever existed, for God's sakes. Just never existed. Every person that's come here since at least Adam, okay, since at least Cain and Abel, all right, were, and there it is, you know, that's just how it, you know, and for that to work out on a long-term scale, there's just certain nature over time. God said, you know, these design characteristics, these are, you know, these work better. Now, here's the one thing that you girls can do that no man will ever be able to do, and it's give birth to living children. Okay? And that's, again, that's like the most important job in the entire world if we want to start assigning things as jobs. Okay? Since, again, this whole society exists so that females can give birth to children, and the children can be safe and brought up to be men. Or you see how this, you know, to me it just doesn't seem very complex, right? Now, of course, oh, you hate women because why? Because I understand that it's more important to have 6 or 8 children and be at home raising them with proper morals than it is to be playing CEO of some company. Those CEO girls are going to be dead. Their genetics will be gone forever. Those Pennsylvania Dutch girls and those Utah Mormons, the fundamentalist Mormons, their genes will exist for centuries. For centuries they will exist. You know? I mean, we have weighed your words and found them wanting. Life, you know? And that's, I guess that's the fundamentals of my worldview right there. We all come from a family, and there's a natural biological division of labor. It's simply not worth arguing about. It just is. You know what I'm saying? And part of the great subversion of our modern society is that we attempt to ignore this division of labor and create these artificial categories of, well, I choose to be a fish that's also a cat, and that's a rat and a dog and a bird too. Can I be a kangaroo tossed on top of that? I mean, just see, it's absurd, folks. Okay. Frankly, all of that's a mental insanity. And again, that same fruitcake Freudian nonsense is used to push that insanity on us. If you are afraid, if you accept the insanity. No, I'm sane because I reject the insanity. Do you see? Right? It's an attempt to make you say 2 + 2 is 5 kind of a deal, you know? And I won't do it. So with that, folks, you have some kind of an insight into my worldview. And those of you hardcore leftist social justice warriors who are offended, you have every right to and go away from me with your yap. Hello, folks. How you all doing today? Now, I was sitting here thinking, you know, political correctness is a real problem, no doubt about it. The degeneration of our morality in the West, down to pretty much the level of circus animals, that's a problem. The destruction of the family, that's a problem. The atomization of everyone from everyone else, that's a problem. Does anybody disagree with any of this? the fact that the nominal right, which is supposed to represent the historical majority, essentially Euro-white people in the West, are cucks and sellouts. That's a problem. The fact that we have a leftist political party that openly in our own lands is calling for our replacement and the destruction of our values to our face, this is a problem. But it seems to me that the most critical problem is the source of funding for the other problems. You see, feminism didn't just come from thin air. It required funding, academic backing, media backing, and a lot of money to pay for its organizations, okay? Because if anyone knows anything, they know that organizations that back projects don't just come up out of the ground. They require cash. You know, who, what, where, the money. Now, people often ask me why I'm so worried about who creates the money and how. Well, it should be apparent at this point after I've explained all of this, because if, let's just say I'm the banker, okay, and I can make all the money I want, whatever pet projects I have will get funded, and whatever peeves I don't like won't. Correct? Is that not correct? Thus, it would seem sensible to ensure that those who both control the volume and the value of the currency, of the money, of the credit, of the savings, of the wealth in a society, because all of that's tied together, it would seem that those who controlled all of that should, smart people would pick individuals or groups of people who were loyal to them, and they would ensure that the process was 1, transparent, 2, honest, and 3, work to their general advantage. Does any of this sound crazy so far? Do I sound like a loon yet? Now, if people who believe in Western traditional society and who want to keep our majority were able to create, find, manufacture our own credit engine, such as the internationalists who control the left and the right have, then we would have a stable base from which to operate, from which to organize, from which to spread our message of love for our own kind, of love for our own traditions, of love for our own ways. Okay? Now, a lot of people will say to me, but we can't have any such way like this. There is no such way, etc., etc., etc. Well, this isn't strictly speaking true. In America particularly, but in the Anglo world and in most of Western Europe, there is a concept called a credit union. A credit union essentially is a poor man's bank. Now just please sit down and bear with me. What happens essentially is a lot of poorer people who own small shops and have wage jobs band together their wages and their savings, and they pool that as capital. And then they loan it out at very low interest rates to help those like themselves succeed, but on business-based principles, okay? Okay. Now, you need approximately 5,000 people or a large section of any given population's area, in an area, okay? In North America, there are some 3,000 rural counties that have about 10,000 people in them. If you could get 2,000 people in each of those counties on board, at least half of those would qualify for the act. So this would be 1,000 credit unions that nationalists could have in the middle of nowhere on land that the system has forsaken and sees as no value, that could be reinvigorated through recapitalization. Okay. Now this would give these nationalists a base both in the population, in economics, social base, administrative expertise, and all of it's legitimate. Now, from this credit union type of base, Also, there is another concept in the Anglo-speaking world called the mutual benefit corporation, and there are all kinds of them that do all sorts of things for all sorts of purposes. But the basic idea is that groups of people band together so that all act to each other's defense and offense. They act as a protective shield. They act as one. It's based on the idea, all of this is based on the idea that 1 man, 5 men, 50 men are relatively easily taken care of in a certain sense. When we start talking about 500 men over 2,000 counties spread out who are doing nothing illegal, who are building, who are being productive, who are showing a good face, and who are bringing others on board with a message of hope, of love, and concern for our own people, our own ways, and simply ignoring these PC people, because like the Roman Babylonian Empire before, these PC people are going to come crashing to the earth, and I intend to simply rebuild from the rubble and wipe their memory from human existence. Okay. They will simply, what? Was there ever a time when PC existed? When? Now, that's what I say. That's why I concern myself with the credit so much, you see. Because if poorer people, or what you might call the nation, really, the actual people in the West, had the control of where this money was spent, we wouldn't have this banker debacle, and we wouldn't have all of this insanity, because common people want real things done. Economic building stuff they want done is infrastructure growth. Roads, power lines, water, sewer, all these things that need to be basically rebuilt in America because they're falling apart. And if we simply, as a nation, issued the credit to do this and built this, not only would we grow our economy, but we would put these people, all of these people now that are sort of demoralized, to work and give them a sense of pride, a sense of belonging to a greater whole, a sense of having a purpose, And frankly, that oneness, that community, is more important than any dollars and cents in the end. Because you see, as long as the people, the group of the community, are producing goods and services and producing enough that they can eat, be housed, and be clothed, they're economically successful, regardless of what the numbers say. The numbers are usually a trick so that the communities can be robbed by the international gangsters that like to call themselves bankers. Now, again, that's why I fixate on the money. It's not because I'm greedy. It's not because I'm selfish. I don't want control of the bank. Ooh. No, I don't even want to be rich in the new system. In fact, I would be perfectly happy living at the exact income level I have now, And if all things that my failings may be, I do love the traditions of my people. That's why I'm here, And that's why I want, like Andy Jackson, to take the power of money creation from these disloyal people, from these corrupt bankers, who, I might add, pay for everything. I mean, the academia, the media, the degeneracy. You see all these children's sex pageants, and what the hell? Now, that's all paid for by that money. If we take that power from them, they can't fund that anymore, and that dies on the vine while we grow from the root. Do you see? You see how that is? That's why I fixate on this, folks. Some people even have it in their mind, I'm a communist. I don't know. If this is communism, I suppose I am. This is what I would like to see for each and every one of you who's a man over 18 years old. I'd like to see you have some amount of land, say a quarter-acre plot, a house big enough to have you and, say, 5 children in it, a job that would pay you enough so that you could buy the food, clothing, and medical care for those children. See the children grow up and see them get the same thing you had in return. Now, if that's communism, I mean, right? I must have a big red star or something. But, I could have swore that a guy named, Thomas Jefferson basically had this idea in his head when he cooked up these acts called the Northwest Ordinances that made the states of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and basically divided them up this way and kept out the land speculators and let in the real people. And that's why those areas are filled with people like this now, see? And those great communists in history, like Thomas Jefferson, see? So, no, I'm no more a communist than Andy Jackson, who understood that you cannot allow people disloyal to you to control something so fundamental to your life as your money. You can't do it. Or your life will be at the whim of people who have no loyalty to you. Now, y'all take care now. Have a nice day. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, today I was figuring that we're going to preempt the white guilt sniveling that is Columbus Day or Native American Day. Now, this is the Holy Bible. You will open your Holy Bible, if you like, to chapter 33, Numbers. Okay? And then we're going to start out at 52. Then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein you dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. That is God's thoughts on multiculturalism. So, before any of you cuckatard Judeo-Christian traitors attempt your sniveling on this fine Columbus Day about what God thinks, Numbers 33:52 to the end, boy. That'll get you what God thinks about multiculturalism right there. Now, for my American brothers and sisters, we have Columbus Day, obviously tomorrow. You'll probably be seeing this on Columbus Day. I imagine I'll be presenting it, but you know. Now, to cut one thing aside, a certain fella was saying that nationalist outfits always seem dopey and whatever. Who cares? The fact is most of that media nonsense seems false to us folks. It does to me, at any rate. It always has seemed contrived, highly false, highly like, these people aren't really like this at all, Whereas, well, I may not be quite this pleasant all the time, I am basically the person you're seeing. It's not as if there's some act, So this Columbus Day for us Americans is sort of, in a sense, it's one of our collage of founding holidays, Okay? And other European people have similar holidays, though I don't know your exact schedule of holidays, but, And in America, basically, it's Columbus Day. It was President's Day, but first that was Washington's birthday. And then 4th of July and Thanksgiving. Okay, those are the big ones, All right, now they all have been PC-ified, cuckified, and communified just to the hilt, Now, when I was a kid, Columbus Day was a day of pride. We actually did whole big maps where we would study out the distance that all these ships had to go, and our teachers would say to us, just how lucky and cunning they were to have been able to, store enough food to get from here to there, and just all these other things, It was overall, though, emphasized as something to have pride about. You understand? To stand tall over it, And now it's taught us some. Well, for God's sakes, the name's even been changed. We've cuckified and commified the name to Indigenous Peoples Day. Now, again, the commies and the cucks, you know, they're, I mean, the commies do what they do because they're fanatics. The cucks do what they do because they don't want to be wasted, you know. And the golden calf that pays for it all does this because destroying and splitting the American people's identity and making American mean nothing is the way to crushing us down, squeezing us out, and grinding us up like mill flour. And it's as simple as that gets. And really, what's happened to Columbus Day is no different than what's happened with Washington's birthday, where first it was basically President's Day, then it was turned into Martin Luther Communist Subversive Cuckacoon Day, which is just unacceptable, folks. It's unacceptable. What can I say? It's unacceptable that we have a country that celebrates this communist subversive. I tell you, if I had the power of the pen, he'd be gone. Erased from the history books, boy. Subversive. No country with a sane mind celebrates these kinds of subversives. Now, and again, the communists behind all this push Martin Luther King because they believe in this equality, and personally, the communists are just going to have to be sent to Africa to be enriched. It's the only solution for their malfunction. The cucks, because they're scared of being racist. They're just weak, servile people that I hope, with enough example of actual manliness, might snap out of their cringing worthlessness. It's somewhere deep down inside, I kind of hope that their nuts will drop back into their sack. Yes, that's crude, but it's absolute reality. And now, the reality is that the common person needs to see more people that say, no, I won't celebrate this subversion. Nope, Columbus is number one with me. Screw all your commie gibberish. Cuckatards be gone. I'm not going to cower about racism. I'm proud that my people conquered this continent. I'm proud that they created one of the greatest nations and greatest civilizations ever known to man here. I'm proud of that. And you're not going to take that from me. You can go on down the way with your one-man band peanut show and your little tumbling monkey. Okay? Now that's what common people need. They need more other common chucks just saying, look, why don't you quit being stupid and stop being a dumb chuck and quit feeling guilty about and bad and feeling like you have to be quiet. Otherwise they're going to, folks, you're scared of a bunch of weaklings, academics, and other moral sissies calling you names. And you common people, unless you want to go and choke on some golden calf and choke on some PC and choke on some cuck-a-chuck, you just need to get over being called a racist and being called a Nazi. These are bullshit words. Racist simply means that you have enough sense to understand that white folks don't burn down cities very often when we get upset over political and legal issues. We just don't. And other people are more inclined to do so. And that, therefore, equality, not so much. That's all racism means, is that you reject their faith in human equality. You reject diversity, because really diversity is a death pact. Here's what I have to say. Why is it the places in the world with the most diversity are the most violent? Can anyone answer this? Why is it countries in Africa that have 20 or 30 languages and 30 or 40 tribes that don't like each other, are utterly, brutally violent? Why is that? And this is not even taking into account multiracialism. This is just multiculturalism, multi-ethnicism. You add in the whole racial element, and my God. Okay? There's never been a polyglot empire that wasn't a tyranny. Now, that's reality. There's simply never been one that wasn't. It's impossible for a group of people who have no common core, no commonality, no connection, to be ruled by anything but an iron fist. And the more people we bring in that aren't, that don't belong here, more and more and more the PC and the cuckacoms will have to, implement their tyranny. No, It's that. Or regular people can say, you know what? No. Because, you see, folks, we still have a 60 to 70% majority. We can turn this around. We can band together and say, nah, and be done with this. Okay? But that's going to require basically rallying around things like our holidays, our values, our customs, words, ways of speaking and thinking. I mean, it's come to this. I mean, these people are full court press. These cuckacom people, and let's be real. It's the established right and the established left in alliance, all the money, all the industrial power right behind them, backing them like a steamroller coming over folks like ourselves. There it is, So we can either care about what they think about us while they rob us and rape us and basically pillage us and make us bend over so that their orc hordes that they're importing can basically kill us off. Or we can grow up and be objective human beings and realize that what they think about us is far less important than the continued survival of our kind, the continued existence of our unique heritage, and the continuance of our way of life. Now that's pretty simple to me. And part of that begins with saying, listen, take your white guilt and your shame bullshit on these holidays like Columbus Day, George Washington's birthday and the rest, and just go on down the way with them, Go on down the way, Because, I mean, if we want to get historical about this, well, I'm going to tell you point blank. Winning isn't something to cry about, okay? And allowing other people to make you feel guilty about it, it's silly. It's childish. Especially when these other people mean to pillage you by way of softening you up through this guilt. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay, Right, folks? Basically just about being a voice in the crowd that says, no, we don't care about what you're saying. That's all you have to do. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? This morning I was going through my comments, and somebody had basically asked me originally if all of the works were mine. If everything on the blog and the download links and all the rest are mine. Yeah, they are. In the sense of what's not obviously quoted from somebody else, and there are 50 or 60 pages of historical quotes and the rest. In the pages section. What's not obviously part of that is mine. It's my work product, or whatever you'd like to call it. So I went to bed and I woke up, and a person had said that there was no donation button for anything. That there was no way to donate money to me, I guess. And I never even it never even occurred to me that there should need to be such a thing. Folks, I'm not rich by any means. In fact, I'm probably poorer than most of you monetarily, But in the things that matter, like a shelter at this point in time, at least for now, for today at any rate, food, basic merriments in life, the ability to play a guitar and sing a couple of songs that I know and these sorts of things, I can sit down off the top of my head and start drawing Venn diagrams to entertain myself. Those are a logical tool. I'm not poor in that way, And so, I don't need your hard work and time in the sense of want your money for myself. I have plenty of material things for me, paper and pencils needed to write up essays, I would rather that all of you have more for your family and children and things than for me, since I personally don't require these these extra things, though. Someone's family probably could, and I'm sure some nice, light, bright-eyed child could, somewhere like, say, West Virginia or the mountains of Kentucky or Alabama. So if any of you just have to give someone money, if you just are dying to give away money and you just cannot survive without doing so, why don't you help some of those Afrikaner children in South Africa? Or how about you donate to some of the people in Northern England who have basically been just chucked aside by their own government? Or the Ulster Scots, who basically, again, were left adrift at the end of the whole mess between Ireland and the UK. You could go into your own local community and figure out whoever's helping out the proper people and go give them money if you just must give away money. But I don't want your money. See, the thing is, it works like this. Mercenaries take money for what they do. They require pennies to do what they do, and they won't do what they do without the pennies. A good person will do what they'll do, regardless if it costs them money, if they have to literally put blood, sweat, and tears into it. Because one is only doing what they're doing because it's easy and because it pays. And the other is doing what they do because, well, like the Desert Fathers, the fanatics that, toppled the Roman Empire at the end of paganism, they're doing what they believe is right, you see. I would rather be like the Desert Fathers than like a mercenary. Every time. I would much rather be accounted amongst the ranks of those who at least did what they did for true reasons, for real reasons, and not for, And the best way to ensure that that remains that way is to keep money out of the equation, keep that corruption outside of my circle of reality. Now, I'm not so sure the person was being dead serious, but I am being 100% dead serious. If you sent me $1 million, I would send it to someone else or send it back. Sorry. It's that easy. Money comes with strings, and strings I will not have. I am not a puppet. I would rather be broke and poor and live in a park in a small tent than be beholden to another in that way, particularly at this level of things, because, the organic theory that I've written and all of those beliefs that wrap around it that I write about in my blogs, those are not presented but for me in the interest of my making money ever. They're presented so that people like myself, people similar to myself, will wake up from this media-induced slumber, realize where they're at, and understand reality as it really is. They're sort of like Lot trying to wake people up in Sodom, if you want to get to that sort of symbolism. But they're surely not an attempt to make cash in any way, shape, or form, Moreover, the problem is that if I was to be given money, even subconsciously at some level, it would sway the output. There would be now, we'd have the donor class problem, but I would have it personally. And since I rail against people who sell their political soul and who have no principles and who require pennies like Judas to do what they do, I simply cannot and will not accept money. Cannot and will not accept. I almost find it to be crude. If you want to talk to me about something, talk to me about what you can do with that money that would be useful for other people besides me or you. How about that? That's what I'd like to talk to you about money. You want to talk to me about money? Let's talk about establishing credit unions so that our folk can be free of this usury empire of these bankers. Okay. If you want to talk to me about money, let's talk about convincing normal people that their work is money. Okay. That's what I'd like to talk about money, about where it comes from, how it gets its value, and essentially who controls these two things. Because to me, that's the linchpin of the whole system. The money comes from labor, comes from work, comes from human effort applied to resources, applied to land and capital is what economic theory calls it. That's where it comes from. Because if you don't have human labor, there's no money value output coming out the end of the land capital equation. None. You require labor. Without it, phew. So, with that, who values it? Well, not us, not the people actually doing any type of productive thing. I mean, in a real world, if you grew a bunch of corn, you would have some value. In this world, all you have is a bunch of corn, because you see. But then we live in an insane world where people value pieces of green paper over corn that you can eat and make yourself healthy with and feed other people around you with directly. See, try going out into the desert and eating paper. Just try it. Just try going out and eating some American dollars sometime. I'd rather have my cracker corn, yeah. If y'all want to talk about money, let's talk about pooling money together in a non-profit manner and creating things like educational funds, creating things like art, Western traditional art funds, creating other networks and organizations that will help folk, real folk, organize, plan, and basically establish themselves as a tribal entity among all of the rest of these tribal entities in the PC world, the Anglo-PC world, so that we can contend for our place at the table, our rightful place at the table. Okay? I mean, so that easy. Okay? But otherwise, I mean, I'm sorry, well, extra money might be nice in the sense that it could be good, but it would probably be invigorating. It would make me lazy, and it would take my drive. On top of all of the moral problems above all that I've mentioned, the potential pitfalls and the rest. So we simply cannot take your money. And while we are honored that you would, say that you would be willing to give us money for what we've done, we simply cannot and will not take your money. And what we've done, we do because it's correct. I didn't make up that essay and make all those diagrams for money. I did it because I wanted to understand what I was trying to say to other people. I had these ideas rolling around my head and I couldn't make them correct, so I drew them out and they became those diagrams. They were just, you can see some of the rough sketches. My God, they look like a kid on amphetamines drew them, I mean, I'd wake up out of bed. Hey, whoa, hold on. And then I tried writing that out. And then sometimes I'd write things out and then see the writing as a nice, easy diagram so that other people could see it and say, oh, hey. But I didn't do any of that for money. I did it so in a quest for understanding for myself so that I could help other people understand. It's as simple as it gets. Those are the exact motives, So, again, we are greatly honored, but we cannot. If you must give money, find some way to use the money productively. Again, make educational funds, work funds, cooperative labor fund, mutual self-help organizations, but all of these things that are legal to do in the Anglosphere. Anything but giving an old convict like me your money would be totally more useful, I promise you. And with that, thank you. The single cell versus the whole body. The liberal happiness, individual-based, single-cell model was always doomed to failure right from the start. The failure is inherent in the idea that people are 100% complete unto themselves, having no need for anyone else. If this cellular basis for society is allowed, doom for all follows close on the timeline, shortly, swiftly, and surely. The simple reason is that humans operate as groups of families, of communities, of peoples, not as individual cells. There is no individual cell that can long survive in nature, and so it is with people. Humans operate in groups of, at minimum, a family unit. These groups of persons, families, communities, the people as a whole, not the single individual, are the vehicle of human history. If the individual is taken from the context of these groups, they become sterile and lifeless, man and woman alike. Culture, commonality, and history are a group effort.
The liberal world order, in its relentless quest to atomize and regularize all things, has been breaking down these group bodies for quite a long time. Like a greedy, mindless, destructive virus that invades a cell, so the liberal order has invaded and destroyed the people, community, and family units among the Western world order that was once Christendom. It also, like a virus, uses the now lifeless bits of its host to replicate more viri with which to further weaken the host. This virus is all of liberalism, both economic and social, from Smith to Mises, Mills to Popper. It is all known by its corrupted fruit and denuded landscapes. It is an infection. Worse yet, this infection paved the way for and opened the door for Marxism, which is merely liberalism stripped of all romantic notions and taken to the logical extreme implied from the start, the materialist, determinist, atheist extremes implied in liberalism itself. Thus, if one attacks the liberal root, one takes out the Marxist branches as well. And fall this rotten tree must, for it has no vitality and it is sucking the life from our people. The reality is that the modern hyper-individualist, hedonist world is alienating and empty of true joy, fulfillment, and satisfaction for everyone of all ages by and large. Even among the plentiful goods and shallow shows, the masses find but temporary escapes, which leave them lacking, always needing more, never sated. Among all these material goods, there is no sense of the good, community, or anything like working towards a common good that transcends mere personal gain. The entire consumer matrix is designed to stimulate us to always want more, 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 and to never at any time find our fill, want as we might. It thus is illogical, since it promotes atomized fighting people as individuals that leads to alienation person to person. And because it has nothing of substance to offer, it must empty all it touches as the cold bleeds away the heat. Logically, it is no wonder that many of us feel as we do, that something is terribly, rottenly amiss with this completely upside down, inside out system. And this, my dear viewers, is because to arrive here as a collective whole, the West has forsaken much that once filled these voids in men of former ages: ethics, heritage, traditions, communities, families, trust, goodness, God Himself, and not least, our own honor. All of this in exchange for beer, sports, soap operas, and shopping malls, TV breads, and breadcrumb circuses. Let us reject this system. Let us denounce the modern liberal PC world. Let us call it for what it is: unfit as a habitation for free men. Let us be a light in the materialist, atheist, determinist darkness. Let us be the heralds of a return to normalcy. Let us enforce life by teaching a history about our common past that will motivate the majority to make a life-affirming future, which will displace the PC present. Let us spin a narrative that will drive them to excel. After all, history is the knowledge of the past. It is not a science, it is an art, a knowledge that we shall wield without shame to our ends. A knowledge that is power, a power that will bring the single cells back into a whole, strong body. A body that is our collective lives, lives which matter. Please download and read The Organic Theory of Society. The link is at the bottom. It is a 193-page PDF, completely clean link. It is a real, legal, lawful, doable plan to really be free of political correctness, a plan that has an actual chance of success and that can actually bring all of us out of this liberal darkness and back to national light. Thank you.
One people in one land, under one law, with one way of life, living by the light of one culture, united as one nation. One culture complete, one heart, one body, one nation. One culture, one people, one law, our land, our nation, one. Unitary, whole, strong, united as one nation.
Hello folks, how you all doing today? Now any of you all that are right wing or consider yourself a populist, reactionary, traditionalist, conservative, paleo-conservative, nationalist, anything center of right from what the PC people consider acceptable, you have all heard some variant of these terms I'm going to talk about today. And my purpose in talking about these isn't to cry or whine. It's merely to point out to people that we should simply laugh at these people. It's kind of to have a public... So, you know, the first one, of course, hater. Hater is the logical extension of we're all created equal. The problem, the real big critical problem. There's no such equality. Nature doesn't do equality. Nature does hierarchy. Human societies create horizontal equality because it's functionally useful to creating a multiplication of efforts in a given direction. But it still doesn't negate the natural fact that there are some people who are, we'll call them the lowest class, but I don't mean that in a bad way. They're just the base. They're just, you know. Then there are people that are, say, the middle class or the administrators, if you'd like. And then there'll be people who are the upper class or the, you know. You see how this works? This is just how it is. And the problem is that these leftists hate people like myself who can see this reality and who see that people who are similar and who understand each other's history, who understand each other's psychology, who understand each other's basic day-to-day wants and needs, are more tight-knit and care about each other more of necessity, of natural necessity, than people who are totally different. And because the leftists hate me, they project their hatred onto me and say that I hate their pets, you know. Now, what has really happened, of course, is these leftists have assumed the position of mother towards these minorities and these others, and they're protecting them from the evil ravages of patriarchal nature and all this other kooky things they believe in, you see. But, of course, the key to dealing with all this is not to debate it. It's not to be debated. It's all error, simply to be set aside and denounced. Denounced. Error. Error. Psst. This is an error. There's no reason to continue with it after that point, you know. Now, the other big one that goes with hater, that you're almost, I promise you, that if you're not a full-on, 100% conservative right-winger, that means the kind that are, I'm so happy that multicultural and diversity could be here with us. Well, I got some news. If you're happy about multicultural and diversity, what are you conserving? What's left when you've given up the people themselves? Yeah. You see, so they really hate people like me who know that my folk, my family, my people that I love, you know, are more important than any silly ideals or principles. Which, I might point out, these conservatives, and they're racial cuckolds to the minorities of the world, and they're gender cuckolds to the feminists and sodomites that rule over their world, that they're terrified of. These cuckolds are. They're terrified that the sodomites and the women will bring them to court, denounce them before the media, and otherwise expose their weakness, their utter, servile, abject weakness to the world. I mean, they are pathetic, okay? Any male who looks like me, who celebrates that communist Martin Luther King overthrowing the America of the 1960s and creating this multi-cult cesspit, you are the ultimate cuckold. You have no spine. And these people, they ally with the far left in denouncing, I'm a racist, you're a Nazi, you know. And that's how you deal with that, folks. Because they absolutely hate anyone who's smart enough to understand, you see, that 50 people who understand each other and are operating as a group cannot be broken up and just simply thumbed down like 50 individuals who are all fighting against each other. Because if you have 50 individuals fighting against each other, you can piecemeal them, you can take them down in detail, one by one by one by one. But if you have 50 united people against you, you have to fight against them all at once. You see, these cuckolds, because they're usually the country club folks, the rich folks, you see, they want us poor folks divided up so that they can prey upon us. And they don't care if the sodomites and the minorities and the others take a few of us down too, because as far as they're concerned, it's just a big banquet and we're the feast. Well, they don't much like it when the designated prey says, nah, I don't think so. It'd be kind of like the wolves, I imagine, would be really, really upset if the sheep were to break out with a Smith & Wesson 45 and open up on them at close range. I'm sure it very much upset those wolves, but what can I say? You know? Now, of course, people say sheep will never do this, and that may be so, but that's why shepherds are necessary. That's why folks who are willing to laugh at these people's mind games and encourage other people to laugh at their mind games are necessary, and why more folks need to come forward, just speak their mind and say, you know, I'm tired of this hate, this nonsense about I'm a hater, I'm a Nazi, I'm a racist. It's simply because I like my own kind. I see that people of similar backgrounds, similar history, similar biology for that matter, get along better in societies, and that there is less requirement in monocultural societies and monoethnic societies for police states and intrusion into every single aspect of your life by these micromanaging communist imbeciles. You know, folks, if the government in America and Western Europe could actually do its job in these things it claims that it can do, if it could actually do them well, maybe I might not even be here. But it comes down to they're tyrants and they're incompetent tyrants. Tyranny and incompetence simply cannot stand, you know. They're so far gone, you know. And more people, like I say, need to stand up and say, you know, who cares what they say about us? The fact is, but what they never will address is the fact that 50 men united are stronger than 50 men in singles. What they never will address is the reality that biology makes us so that we love our own family and people most biologically similar to us over others. And that, frankly, it's natural to only care about this group of people and not have any concern for people outside of that circle at all. It's utterly natural. It's healthy. It's good. And it ensures the survival and continuation of the kind. Now, that's what they won't address, because that's where biology sits. What they want to talk about is their nonsense morality. They have no moral authority. That's the first key primary thing we have to understand, us folks. They don't matter. We have left their false faith of equality. We have left their false faith of economic and social liberalism. We have left, utterly left, their so-called free market plantation, which is really a slave camp by any other name. And these name callers, these moralists, these GOP cucks, and these left-wing fanatics, they're the shock troops of the merchants and the usurers and the money bags that are profiting off the banquet that's picking us clean. They're the money bags. The money bags pay them. And so when the shock troops of the enemy are calling you names, and those names are designed to be weapons against you, you know that you're doing right. You know you're exactly where you need to be. And you know which direction you need to face and who and what needs to be addressed. You see, I watched this show one time about the Civil War, and the man says, you dang fool, you simply fire back at the man firing at you. Yeah, it's easy like that. And since the cucks, and by that in America, I mean the GOP and the Democrats are together. They're the same. And in Great Britain and Europe, you have these wings. They call them wings, the right wing and left wing, but wings always are attached to a body in real life. I never seen no wings floating around without a body in real life, have you? Now, hater and racist and all this stuff, these are words that are used because people who believe like I do are antithetical to the best interests of the body. The wings are only used to attack you. So the words they use to attack you should be ignored. What needs to be addressed is the brain in the center that directs the wings to attack you. Ja, have a nice day now.
Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, many people have taken the time in the last week to inform me of all sorts of things which will never be printed in the comments section. We, much like the major media outlets, see no reason to allow you to kvetch against us in our comments section. See how simple that is? So, I would advise you leftists to just quit and give up and go home with your ball now. Because, folks, I tell you, I have heard everything in the last couple of weeks. I'm a racist. I'm a xenophobe. I'm a homophobe. Woo-woo, woo-woo, da-da, dee-dee. And here's what I have to say. Okay? It's like this. All those words mean is that I'm doing things that you legally can't stop me from doing yet. That's all it means. Those words, those angry little passive-aggressive words that leftists throw at people like ourselves, simply indicate that we are defeating them by defying them. And this is how you defeat leftists. You simply tell them, no, I won't do what you say. I won't play your make-believe game and pretend the emperor has clothes. I will not pretend that Islam is enriching my nation, for instance. I will not pretend that PC and diversity are strengths and bonuses when in fact they're weaknesses, and they are a cancerous, slow death by any other name. You see, it simply takes the ability to say no. And these people in my comments are rather much like the politicians in Europe and America who consistently tell us, majority people, we're racist, we're evil, we're bad, we're horrible, da-da-da-da-da-da, right? Because we want to keep our land. Because we want our own land to be left alone, so that we can live the way we want in it, and other people can live the way they want somewhere else. And frankly, if it's racist to want to keep an invading horde from your land, what is this? Anti-racism is a death pact. It's a death pact, okay? All of those communists in Europe, which the social democrats in Europe are Kommunisten. They're communists, period. And, I mean, they're in a death pact. They remind me of the people on, Logan's Run, where they dance around and get blown up by the lasers. I mean, it's ridiculously insane. And that's the thing, is that, but as I assure you, that if Danish people were running the border into Germany, that they'd be stopping them. Okay, we couldn't have a bunch of white people invade Germany. No, that'd be an invasion. See, these are migrants. Those would be invaders, see? Now, and, people, the fact is that the common people, the normal people, both in Europe and America and the Anglosphere generally, are fed up. This racism and xenophobe nonsense, it isn't working any longer. The Hitler and the Nazi smear, get out of here with that, Jefferson. Do you have anything of value to add to the conversation? Because if not, your fantasy notions about equality are simply not going to cut it. They're insufficient. very insufficient. What can I say to you? You know? And you can see this. They're becoming even more hysterical, you know? I mean, put yourself in the European shoes for if you're an American here for a second. So here you are, you're in Europe, and you see one day that a bunch of Wahhabist ISIS supporters with their fingers up and everything go on down to a cartoonist office. Now, I'm not a leftist, you know, and they shoot these cartoonists. Okay, they shoot these cartoonists. Now, don't you think that just maybe that the normal person would think to themselves, maybe I want these people removed from my country, away from my wife, away from my children, away from where they can cause me and mine danger, right? Well, that's effectively what the Germans and these others that are protesting against Islam are saying. We want these people away from us where they can't cause us harm, where they are somewhere else where we can be safe and keep our values and ways, and they can go wherever. But in reply to this, the politicians in Europe and elsewhere are coming off with the you people are racist, you people are xenophobes, you're anti-Semitic, you're this, you're homophobes. Well, I got some news for these politicians in the media and you academics. If you continue to tell normal working class, common and middle class people that they're just evil no matter what, especially when we have valid, lawful grievances which should be addressed, then in time we're simply going to forget to care about what you think about us. And largely, I hate to break this to you, mommy media, that's already the case. There are far more people who think like me, Miss Media, than you'll ever know, because they won't speak out, but in their minds, they're thinking what I'm saying. That all this garbage that you put out about how when a black commits a crime against a white, it's youths that did it. Like, what are we, stupid and we don't know what youths means? What? You know, or when a bunch of Islamics gang rape a girl in Europe, it's always, we need to not be hasty here and judge these ones like the other 22 million of them that did the same exact thing before them. No, because not all sharks eat people when they jump in the water with blood on them or nothing. Nah, just 99.9999999 out of 100. That's all. You know, and frankly, we're fed up with it. We're fed up with it. We're fed up with this. It's garbage. Okay. Because your nonsense, tolerance, and diversity, insanity is forcing people like myself to live with some of the most violent, dangerous people in the world, and that's your diversity. For Europe, it's the Islamics, and for America, it's the blacks, who are, I don't really know which, I don't know, maybe we could have a death match between them. You know, cage match, blacks versus Islamics. Okay? Because really, it's a toss-up which one's more barbarous. However, the one thing I know for 100% is that they're both surely are groups of barbarians and that they don't bring anything of value to any place that they live. Okay? Islamics, in their way, are worse than blacks because Islamics come with a full set belief system, culture, society that they will implement no matter where they live. They will attempt to assume control. They will attempt to force everyone else into dhimmihood. That means into subservience to Islam, into a second-class status. And they will wage jihad to get there if they need to. Now, in America, we're making an even more choice by bringing Muslims to put them out in Section 8, where these blacks already are, so they can get radicalized with Wahhabism. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? And what's insane is the media and the academics want to criminalize folks like me pointing out this danger rather than do something about the actual danger. See, this is because, again, these liberals in the media and the academia and our so-called leadership, particularly the conservative liberals, the colorblind Martin Luther King worshipers among the so-called right wing, they are all death cult followers. They are all on a massive death wish, and the fact is that they hate their life so much that they wish to destroy themselves. Their lives are so empty and shallow and false that they wish to be destroyed. And it's sad, I guess, for them, but you and I, folks, well, at least I don't have any wish to go down that way with them. I don't know about you all. I assume that most of you would want to live, right? That you want to experience your life and have a
you know, a good, happy life like normal people have always desired since the beginning of time, right? Now, this is because you, unlike these liberal people, don't hate your own values, your own ways, and you celebrate life. You celebrate life. So remember, folks, when these leftists and whatever, like they've been doing in my comments, are trying to come off with all this, you're a hater, you're this, I'm going to tell on you, oh, you're lucky you don't live in Britain, you'd be in prison. Well, here's what I have to tell you. If I was in prison in Britain right now, I'd have the whole Isle of Wight converted to my faith. Okay? I'd have me an army. So put me in your prison. Put me in your prison. I will spread the faith behind your bars and march free of my own will. Go ahead. Do what you wish. See, leftists don't frighten me. Unless you put a bullet in my head, there's always a way to come out victorious. And I will always try to find that way. Because the one inevitable thing there is in life to remain alive is you must struggle. That's it. So continue to struggle against these names and this demoralization these leftists are trying. Because, my brothers and sisters, it means that they are extremely desperate because they know the clock is ending on this game and we have the score. We're ahead. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Allow me to let you in on a little secret. The majority of the United States of America, and you could substitute any country here, made the United States of America. We, the living majority people, we are America. Blood draws to blood. America is us, and we are it. All else, nation of immigrants and joining our culture and all that, is PC liberal commie fantasy. The fact is that diversity, tolerance, equality, these are all just commie buzzwords that describe no real world items or events. They have no existence. They're just garbage. Stated plain, diversity is not a strength. Diversity is not our equal at building up a great nation in any way whatsoever. People, living flesh people, build places. Places do not build people. This being so, tolerating diversity is irrational because diversity brings poverty, squalor, and crime everywhere in the West it resides. This is the truthful, cold, stark reality of the matter. It cannot be undone by social programs or education or any other human effort, as it is part of hardwired biological reality and is an objective fact. Equality is the falsity. The PC fools can lie to themselves, the cucks and the commies, but some kinds are not equal to others in the matter of building and maintaining a first world civilization. That is the actual truth. This being so, it matters greatly who we import in what numbers. First world people build first world nations. Barbarians build nothing worthy of being called a nation. Accordingly, if political correctness through mass immigration replaces the majority first world American, the real Americans, with barbarian 2.0 Americans, and makes the real Americans a minority among alien and competing hordes of barbarian minorities, it will have accomplished the feat of keeping the shell of America, the forms of America, but like a crab shell that's hollow.
the PC people will have lost the life, the substance, the vitality, and the greatness of America, because that greatness resides with us. Period. What one will in fact have is one Detroit, Camden, or Gary, Indiana on a nationwide scale. And frankly, all that will have happened if we are replaced is PC will have provided yet one more example of a great people being brought down by a lesser horde. In effect, the PC people are building the funeral pyre of the Western world, and everyone who is helping them is assisting in this death-suicide mission. Diversity is, I will state it plain, the death of the first world. Tolerance is timidity. Mass immigration is an ongoing gang rape and invasion of our people and our lands. And multicultural is no culture at all in the guise of culture. Thus, America, or any formerly first world white nation that accepts multicultural, PC, and the rest, will be Somalia if enough of these primitive, backward people are imported into the Midwestern heartland. It will cease to be a productive breadbasket and become a fully dysfunctional basket case like Somalia is. There is no doubt about this, because the people make the place. You see, Rhodesia, when it was ran by a certain sort of people, was productive. Now it's Zimbabwe. Bring enough Somalians into, say, Nebraska, and you will turn it into Nigeria. It's just that simple. Reason? Because unequivocally, the people build the place in their own image. Therefore, Somalians will build Somalia. They will not build Sweden, and they will not build Switzerland. They'll build Swaziland. Okay? That's reality. Simple, really. No equality, diversity, or tolerance about the matter. Those are fantasies again. This is reality. Who, as in what group, what kind, is the paramount question of history. Who matters more than how. Any rational person must see the obvious and foreseeable result of importing third world barbarians. The fact is, there has been and will continue to be third world feuds, violence, savagery, and overall barbarism here among us now. The result is not a richer America, but a degenerate, backwards third world state here in what was the former, once great, US of A. If one conceptualizes Northern Ireland, or say the 40 Years' War, you are onto the truth of what this curse will be like when it fully unfolds. This is our slated future if the PC, diversity, modernity, mass immigration lot get their way. If. Now, unless it's you, fancy the idea of being overran by a horde of barbarians and giving up the land our fathers built, you must get your mind right and leave the colorblind plantation that binds you to PC. You must reject the false and embrace the true. Say the following. We reject the false notion that humans are mere economic beings. We affirm that natural human societies form from families and are thus built upon the duties and rights of the members of those families, or put differently, society exists so that families can produce living offspring that will be society into the future. We reject the liberal PC anarchist communist ideal of individuals with no loyalty, duty, and higher morality than mere pleasure or material gain. We affirm that man finds his highest expression when he does his duty to those he owes loyalty to, and when those in return do their duty to him. Duty and loyalty are the basis for all rights, not happiness, not material gain. We affirm that we have an unique identity based upon our majority ruling this land, and that we value this identity, majority and land. We therefore reject the idea that we are just one among many, and that we should share this land, or that we have no right to our land and or our majority.
Having affirmed the above, we must unite behind our identity, our majority, and our history. We must unite behind our rightful majority. We must reject becoming a purposeful minority in our own lands. We must rally behind our identity with pride. We must unite around those things that we love without shame. We must loudly proclaim that we object to our families, homes, communities being trampled, downgraded, and destroyed by barbarian outlanders, and we must do it without any lack of conviction. We must and we shall unite around our hearts, heritage, and history. We shall unite around our people and our unique identity. We shall unite behind our hearts, our homes, our heritage, our history, our homeland. We shall unite as one nation. We shall unite. We shall unite. Say it. We shall unite. We shall stop PC from displacing us. We shall stop PC from destroying our identity. We shall put an end to its aiming to subvert and harm us while degrading us in our own homelands. We shall put an end to its attempts to divide and destroy the family, confuse the genders, and put an end to its attempts to poison our youth's minds by means of indoctrination, fronting as education. We shall stop cold its attempts to break down our people morally, spiritually, ethically, and destroy their false system of thought, replacing it with a morally sound ethic that is in line with our values and that serves our best ends. We shall unite as one strong whole majority and brush aside their false two-party binary, as we can surely do better. We shall do this, united as one majority. We affirm our minimum demands to be one people in one land, under one law, with one way of life, living by the lights of one culture, unitary, strong, whole, united as one nation.
Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? I want to converse with the positive, forward-looking people amongst the majority population who are willing to have adult conversations in a calm, rational manner about, one, what we're going to do to shut down this iron control of political correctness over our media, our academia, and frankly, a great number of our people's internal thoughts and their souls to be real. One, what we're going to do to help bring people who have been deceived by PC back to the light so that they will feel that it is okay to oppose diversity, to oppose being tolerant of this barbarism which PC is imposing on us, okay? And thus, so that this majority of people will be best able to organize as a group against mass immigration and keep our land as ours, with us as the majority, and our way of life, our laws, and, us here. Now that's what I'm about here. Now, there will be the left-wing people who will call me a Nazi and all of the rest of this. And what I have to say to you is you are a communist. You are outright a red communist deceiver. And no one in their right mind trusts any of you. So, the very fact is that National Socialism, Adolf Hitler, and the rest have nothing to do with the key core principle at stake here, folks, that a unique majority of people, a unique people, period, have a right to national self-determination. And if minorities have this right, then so do the majorities. And considering that white folks in the world are only something like 8% of the world's population, if blacks have the right to national self-determination in Africa, why not us? Now, of course, the response of the West, of the liberals and the communists, the PC liberals and communists, is white guilt and white privilege. Well, they're poppycock. They're a lie. And what needs to be done is more people need to have the control of these lies over their brain split open, so that the pearl, the real pearl of truth, that they have a right to stick up for themselves, to stick up for their other people like themselves. They have a right to like people like themselves more and better and greater than others. Okay? They have a right to want to keep barbarism and the third world out of their schools, out of their neighborhoods, out of their homes, away from their women, away from their jobs, out of their lands. And most of all, they have a right and an obligation to themselves to be proud of who they are and to not allow PC to make them crawl through the mud and grovel and feel ashamed and guilty and dirty and worthless all the time. This is not good, and it cannot be allowed to stand. And frankly, my view is that by enough calm application of the same basic conditioning psychological techniques that PC liberal modernity has used to brainwash these people, we can bring them out of that fold and bring them back to reality. We can simply make them realize that the concept of universal humanity, as though there's some total equality of all humans, is simply a lie. It's a lie. There is a definite hierarchy, and that's how it is. Some are better, some are worse, some are in the middle, some are the bottom. And this has nothing to do with anything, but it's still the truth. You know, whether or not you should care about your people has nothing to do with where they are in this. That's irrelevant. You should care about yourself no matter what, you see, because they're yours. There it is. Then there's other simple realities. Men and women are not utterly interchangeable. This is kooky. It's simply anti-biological, anti-empirical nonsense. It's gibberish. It's a religion of sorts. It's a false faith. It's a heretical cult, but there it is. There's 100 other ones. Why does it matter if say Mexicans replace us? Well, it's all the difference between Iowa and central Mexico. Yeah? Okay? The only difference between Angola and South Africa is that South Africa was founded by Europeans, and Angola, blacks don't do real good at governments. The Portuguese, when it was ran by them, it was decent. But again, anyone who wants to deny these facts, I can slap you sideways with them. Now, of course, the PC sorts won't. They'll simply say, oh, look at him. He's obviously a Nazi, a racist. He hates people. Ooh, he kicks dogs. He hates cats, Oh, no. Ooh, gassings, and all this other nonsense, right? But the reality is none of that's really the truth. The truth is I view most people outside of my circle of people as unworthy of my feelings, neither my love or my hate. They're simply not really important enough to me to have emotions about. Now, what they are is they are a material manifest threat to my people's biological survival in their own territory. Now, that's what they are. Cold, point blank, logical, there it is. Okay, that's empirical, natural reality. The Nazi thing, again, I wasn't born in the National Socialist state. What do you want me to say? Of course, by Nazi, these chump, politically correct people mean anyone who believes in efficient leadership, in effective government, in proper application of laws directly without a bunch of lawyer squabbling, as though these lawyers at these courthouses produce more justice than, say, random darts thrown at a board, And again, these leftists are confused. They are deluded and silly, The very fact is that I'm doing this, and everything I've done, all the essays, all the other videos before I had this web camera,
because I care about my people and I want us to keep our majority over our lands, keep our unique way of life, keep our laws, keep our customs, for each and every one of you to keep your homes, keep your jobs, have safe places for your families, for your children, good schools, right? I know, sort of ideally, I'm kind of an idealist, romanticist. Yeah, in a way, I would like to see that Norman Rockwell, little small town America come back, Main Street America, right? What do you want me to say? Call me a dreamer. But that's why I'm here, not because I, hate people or want to round people up or anything. So this is, you know, sometimes in the pursuit of what you care about, you must do things to defend it, but that's a little bit different than hating people and being driven by your, it's simply not the same. And again, my feeling is that if people, when they're confronted with these accusations, these are pretty, what I've just said, these are standard accusations, you're a Nazi, you hate people. When they call you a racist, so what? So was God. If God made the racist, God was racist. If nature made the racist, nature was racist, because trying to pretend that there's all this biological difference between the races, and there's a huge amount. The idea, these social scientists, these PC biology scientists are lying. They're lying. They're lying. You can take holotypes and group them with certain races really easily, just like you can take skull measurements, bone measurements, and group them. I mean, this is a little more than skin color here. And nature didn't just create this, or God, or however you believe it came into existence, just happenstance. It's because the darks are fitted, based a bit more better to a tropical environment. Whites to a cooler environment. The Asians are actually best fitted to a really cold environment. These are basic biological differences, To pretend they don't exist it's delusional, and it requires one to exercise some kind of Orwellian doublethink that I won't engage in. I simply won't do it. It'd be a lie. It'd be weak to say this, And so on it goes with much else, when say PC people say diversity is our strength. No, it's not. You have a ship in the middle of the ocean. It has 100 sailors. All the sailors speak the same language. They all understand where each other's at, and they have a common set of beliefs. A storm comes. The ship survives because they all band together and they work well together. They can understand each other and they know what each other is about. You have a ship with 100 sailors on it. They each speak a different language and they have no cultural commonalities at all. A storm comes. Well, they all break down into individuals, get scared, break, try to flee their stations, and the ship will sink. Multicultural, multi-polyglot empires always shatter at the first little prick of a pin, because the very fact is that people only feel affinity to people most like themselves. All of this love around the world, that's just a few liberals believe that, and in fact they lie about believing it so they can front it around like some sort of great talisman to prove how much white guilt they have and how worthy they are of the love of the colored people and whatnot, because the fact is they look down on the colored people as much as anyone else. They simply won't admit to the fact. You see, I want to be away from all of these barbarians, and they don't even rate, but the liberals like being, the mommy that helps them out. This gives them power over them, you see, and they'll never admit that. But again, back to the main point, people. We, normal, adult, calm folks, in the right wing, the tradition, the populist, sphere of influence in the Anglo countries, can bring this mental, spiritual state in our people's minds and hearts back around to our way. It will come that way anyway. It's already swinging in our direction, and there's no reason we can't add momentum to it and help it. But to do that, this image of the screaming, boot stomping, that has to go. Okay? Normal people dressed in normal clothes, just saying normal things to each other, And with that, if you want back your price of admission, I'm sure I can find some lint somewhere around here for you. Y'all take care now.
Diversity means less of the majority people in our own countries. If we allow ourselves to become a minority in our own country, and we give up our lands and the control of them, what will you leave your children if you give away their lands and the very places they could have lived and the very places they would have had jobs to foreigners? What will you leave your children? A third world imitation of the country which you were born into. That's what you'll be leaving them. Therefore, and without equivocation, I say that if you embrace political correctness, diversity, tolerance, and mass immigration, you are betraying both your ancestors and your children.
Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, folks, this is one of those things that gets me. It just bites into me. This little conversation started. We've all heard this 1,000 times. I'm not a racist, but, or, why is it only racist when, right? We know these questions, right? And I ask them every once in a while as rhetorical questions and then kind of try to get away from them, But if you go to Facebook, every single day, there must be 10,000 cuckatards cucking to racism. And I mean, they're pure cucking to racism. Like, rooster cucked by the hen cucked, cuck. Like, right? I mean, cuckold. Wow. And then, just every day, there's all these, why is it racist for the Mexicans to defend? Who cares if it is racist, is the thing that I got to say. Racism itself, okay, if it means anything, it means group loyalty, right? Right? It means you're acting, aggressively towards people outside of your group and more favorably towards people. That's really what it means. Group favoritism. This is a good thing. It's a good thing when everyone does it according to the PC freaks, these same cucky twats, except for when white people do it. When white people do it, it's the second coming of the gassing of the 6 million Jews. It's retardedly absurd. And this is how they try to play it, too. I can't handle it. Every couple of weeks, I just say, look, why don't you all quit cucking about racism and give it up? White people are a tribe of people with interest in this PC stew of competing tribes. Why don't we just act like the other tribes? Think of our own interests and screw the universal mission to civilize everyone, because, come close, these blacks and these browns, they're not civilizable. Yeah. Let the yellow people deal with that. I feel generous. And I think that because, everyone says that these yellow people, they have higher IQs than us, right? Well, that means they should be better at this civilizational mission than us, right? Right? And so those people there can take the browns and the blacks and go somewhere else, and then we can be free of this cucky mission. Because this racism, cuckoldism thing it's really self-destructive, And now there's always going to be this one who's going to say, you're a Nazi. Oh. Fiddle on that roof, okay? Now here's what I have to say to you. Take your ass and your people, that's your family, your wife, your children, and you move on down to Gary, Indiana. You move on down to Detroit. You move on down to Trenton, New Jersey. Take yourself down to one of them slums of London or one of them gypsy-infested areas in Bucharest. Just go ahead and have a good time. You go on, get down there and go to Malmo, Sweden and get enriched, boy. But I ain't going to listen to your caviar socialist nonsense where you browbeat us poor people who have actually had to live around diversity. See, this is the thing. Unlike most of the middle and upper class people who will try to berate me, I've actually been in population mixes with high percentages of blacks and browns and seen how they, how they function, on a whole, Now, I'm not talking individuals. Individuals, there's, some of them can function, some of them can't. But as a whole, black population density areas in urban environments are utter failures. They're just utter failures. And, they're trying to say it's racist to point this out. Well, I don't know. I guess God's racist. Nature's racist. Physics are racist. Math must be racist too. Demographics, census data, and all the rest, all racist. That's how the Bolsheviks would have dealt with it. And that's exactly how our commies in America are trying to deal with the problem, by telling us, the people who are the normal, thinking, regular people, that this diversity is an enrichment to us, but it's not. It's a disease. It's the exact equivalent to getting gangrene in your arm and saying, oh, look, I'm getting enriched. No, you're about to die. You need to take drastic action. Sever off that artery and cut that arm off, or you're going to die. I mean, it's, right? Do you see? And yeah, again, I made this comment before about the dancing at the end of the movie. It's Logan's Run, in case you've ever seen it. It's just the most absurd movie. But there's a lot of really intense themes in there, kind of condensed down, symbolized, Insane. These people are on this death mission. They believe they're going to be rejuvenated, Now, the thing is, I don't even understand what these materialist liberalists are in it for. Because, okay, in the movie there, I can understand that they have like this religion, and they believe they're going to be reborn. Oh, okay. I can dig that. All right, that works. That's great. Now the whole committing ritual suicide because of that, that's the step that's just a little too, that's the one too far for me, But these liberals, they basically do commit this ritual seppuku constantly, with liberalism, with racism, with diversity, with tolerance, which means cowering down, with all the rest of the death trip that they're on, sodomy and the rest, of this. Frankly, it's a death cult, and again, in Logan's Run, or on these other weird dystopic movies, where they have this kind of thing going on. I understand why the people in the movie and in the plot, the story, are going along, because they think they're going to get something. But what do these liberals think they're going to get? They don't even believe in an afterlife. They don't even believe in anything beyond the material. So they're giving away the material goods to the diversity horde, right? What is the payback? This is the part that makes it utterly dysfunctionally insane. Because if you say, right, that the payback is to be patted on the back and feel good, but they say that those same exact sorts of phenomena, feelings, are false when folks like you and I feel loyalty towards each other and towards our past and our traditions and our land. See, that's the insanity of their whole thing. They're disconnected utterly from not only reality, but from their own belief systems. I mean, when I think of liberals, I think of a fishing spool, and somebody has a hold of the line, a child just running away, and somebody's clicked it on free spool. No plan, no thought, just run off the reel till it's stripped. Devil may come one day. Stupidoo. I mean, they don't even seem to have a consideration for, when we've used up all of the Western human capital, right? What then? You see, these PC people, I guess, haven't thought this through. Because if you look at Africa, that's the best the Africans can do. Okay. If you look at those slums of China, that's as far up as the Chinaman's ever going to crawl. That's it. That's their cap. India, same. There's going to be no advancement from there. No. Those slums are just going to grow. And they're going to call that progress, but that's a lie. Okay? It takes a certain sort of people to create a successful first world society, and once they're used up, there will be no more successful first world societies. They'll simply wither away, and second-rate and third-rate societies will become the new norm, and the African tribal village will become much closer to the middle than it is now, where it's, the utter bottom. But wait, when the Western people are gone, like these PC death cultists want, society collapses. Now, for those of you who don't want for this to happen, the best thing to do is to start saying, of course, this racism garbage, I won't have it. White guilt, pfft, Multicult, it's a fantasy in its entirety. Tolerance is for weaklings. Diversity is not a strength, it's a weakness. It's a disease, a cancerous growth. And you must just keep saying this over and over. Every time someone says, I'm not a racist, but it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. That's the correct answer. You have a nice day.
Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, fortunately for a while, the forces of the shrill multicult equality enforcers have fell back off my perimeter. I'm very glad. The key, you see, folks, is the exact sort of psychological games which they employ against all of us. It works like this. Most leftists I've ever met, most hardcore, ideologically committed, PC, egalitarian leftists, cuckold, check your privilege, you know the ones, right? Dreadlocks, are sissies. They couldn't mix it up to save their life. Now that's the real reality. They're I don't know, some kind of inferior form of human being or something, I don't know. Okay, but they definitely are not able physically in any way to accommodate a man, a masculine person who says, I won't do what you tell me and you won't do that anymore. They don't know what to do. It short circuits their entire egalitarian worldview when daddy pulls off the belt. Now that's a fact. That's what happens. Let's not lie to ourselves and pretend it's otherwise. All right. And so now I'm sure they've slinked off to someplace, perhaps Google. Go tell on me. I think Google owns YouTube now. Yeah, they do. And some kind of snitching or ratting will be in line, but whatever. What are they going to do? Do they seriously think it's a violation of the terms and services to say, I don't accept multiculturalism, you should love your own people, or any of these other things I've said? I mean, do they really think that because they've called me, they've proclaimed, they've labeled me a hater and a racist, a waithist, that that I should really be concerned about what they've labeled me or call me? Here's how it works. The only people that I really worry about what they think about me at all are two sorts of people. Folks really, really close to me, and people who are actually able to take what I have. Now those sorts, I care whether or not they respect me or not, only in so much as whether or not they're going to attack me or not. Now, these leftists, of course, aren't going to attack me because, as we've just discussed, they're physically weak. They're like hyenas. Individually, they have no strength. Now, they will come when, a lion has wounded his paw or something and come in a great pack of them and jackal attack and all of that. But they're not masculine at all. They've drinking so much of the PC, feminist, cuck Kool-Aid that they've simply pawned their balls. They may as well be eunuchs for truth. Now, this isn't really a matter of courage in the sense, they can act quite courageously with their shrieking and their shrill behavior and all that. But one man, especially a man of any size, now I'm pretty used up because I'm going into middle age, but when I was 220 pounds, no leftists at all ever even thought of getting up in my face and talking about equality, man, you'll check your blood. I don't have any privilege to check. You know what I'm saying? I was born dirt poor. I'm the most hated person in America. In fact, white
cracker people like me are the only people in America you can openly call racially derogatory terms like cracker and whitey and honky, and everyone will laugh and applaud for you. So I have nothing to check, you know. And frankly, until I'd gotten on the internet, I never even knew I had anything to check. Okay, I've never encountered a leftist in real life that acts like they do on the internet. And I guess they've never encountered a right-wing person, a real cracker person on the internet who doesn't care what the middle class and upper class people think of him. Because, frankly, folks, these leftists that I've been tangling with for the last few months, they're a twisted sort, man. They're a tangled lot. They truly believe and in the end, this is the modern interpretation of this whole thing, okay? There was a time when there was one little family band and they were incestful. Yeah. And this all created neurosis. And from there, we wind up at patriarchy, which is evil. But the ideal was matriarchy. And matriarchy can be achieved through, well, communist, you know, realism and all that other nonsense, okay? Now that's basically these people's point of view. I'm sure that's, you know, something from Rev Left, maybe Femren, or I don't know, whatever, right? But like I say, folks, you'll never be tortured with seeing any of this on any of my sites. I'll just discuss it with you, but they personally will be memory holders. But this is reality. The leftists for 70 years have been systemically flushing Western history down the toilet, right? They've been systemically keeping working class, real working class. Because remember, for leftists, if you don't accept leftism, you're not really working class or really middle class. You're just a reactionary, okay? So when they say fascists and reactionaries excluded, they mean something like 80% of the population, and then that little bit that agrees with them, that's how they work, okay? So they've excluded people like me since quite a long time. I mean, I can't remember the last time that poor cracker people who made under $20,000 a year had any significant say. Can you? Right? And then they want to cry like little girls when they get excluded. Like, oh my, oh, the precious little one's bottle has spilt. Oh, soiled diapers. What will we do? What will we do? Oh, you can hear my concern, you know? I mean, it's repulsive, folks. These leftists feel so entitled. They actually think that they're so morally superior, what with their crazy, insane, death-causing beliefs. Because remember, all these murders that are caused by PC, all of the decay in living standards caused by multicultural, that's all directly attributable to the leftists and to their paymasters, the money bags. And frankly, if we're going to be honest, the cucky right people, it's attributable to them too. And, well, those, you know, they're something else, okay? But whatever, you know, they don't fret me any, because the reality is that really I wouldn't be having as good a time as I'm having with all this unless there were quite a few people that supported me compared to the number who don't. You see, these leftists tell me that no one believes anything that you believe. You're 100% alone, boo, 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 boo. They want me to feel atomized, you know? But I don't get that feeling. I get the feeling that given the fact that people are watching 100% of some of these videos over and over, well, I mean, you know, somebody at least is interested. The NSA, Israeli Mossad, you know, but whatever, you know, I'll just convert them. You know, that's, again, confidence makes a sale, man. The fact is that I'm right. These people have families too. Sit down, I'll talk about families with you, you know, okay? The fact is that it's comical that these leftists throw such tizzy fits about being censored when they censor everyone. In fact, what I find to be ironic is that I've actually been able to make an entire broadcast based on the need to suppress these people so that they can't suppress me. right? Which they will interpret as me being some sort of tyrant to them when they can't understand that they've been imposing a tyranny on folks like me for quite a number of years now, and soon we're going to break out of the slave pits. Okay? All right, folks, y'all take care now. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, let's talk about free speech. And we're going to just talk about this direct. Free speech? Now, this is a reality. In the Western world today, you only have free speech if you are a leftist, hippie, homo, race-mixing sissy who's whistling their way past the graveyard of the Western world on their way to New Sodom. Or what the cucks of the world call torrent of being enriched by the diversity horde and its antics. The real fact is, in the modern USA, and the free world more generally, one truly only has free speech if one says what the left allows one to say. Everything else is labeled hate. Hate speech gets censored using terms of service, codes of conduct, ethical standards, and other low-life lawyer games here in the USA, and far worse happens in Europe and the rest of the world. While at the same time, social justice warrior types aided by the media, academia, and government will go after your employment. Hate has no place in the workplace. Threatening one's surely weak-willed boss with the hellfire and damnation of racism if they don't shun one like a leprous apostate. They will hammer away relentlessly like the tide and do everything possible to drum one out of society forthwith and post-haste, since they decide what is to be freely said in this free land and no others. So yeah, anyone can freely say anything if they are willing to risk their good name, job, and the security of their family. The parody starts when the oppressive, menstruating, social justice warrior apparatchiks pretend that they are being oppressed by the people they have decided to hold their little inquisitions upon. Oh yes, they'll look for folks talking about things they don't like, claim to be triggered, denounce the person they intruded upon with shaming control words like racism and hater, patriarchy, etc. All the while trying to rally the crowd to denounce the person intruded upon by the little communist agitators' triggers. And then as a final act, the agitators will pretend that they are in fact the victim of an aggression, microaggression, if their intended victim fights back against their nonsense accusations. It happens all the time on social media, at parks, stores, and frankly we can only imagine where else, that the purveyors of perversion and putrefaction look for anyone having a conversation about race, nation, history, biology, politics, or any other subject not 100% to their liking. Find what they feel to be racist nonconformity and commence to pretend that they have the right to look down on the heretics, to oversee if us unwashed racists live up to PC orthodoxy in our deeds and thoughts. Mark it, forgive us. In their arrogance, they act like Bolshevik informers and fat cat party bosses. They act as if they are a law unto our will, as if they are some paragons of morality unto which we must submit, as if they are the living face of order, justice, and peace. They seem to think that white, adult, male, majority citizens need their leave or permission to think and speak as we wish, will, or whim. Triggers are coming. Clutch the pearls, baby. We are not subject to social justice warriors or the leftist pseudo-morality. We simply grant them no power to dispose of our person, let alone to control, order, or otherwise inform our thoughts, feelings, or actions. Let them vote. We shall veto. Veto. I refuse. Consent. Yes, we refuse to consent to their bully boy games and badgering antics of these social justice warrior types, lawyer games,
are based upon paper in the end. Fire is greater than paper. Steel is greater than paper. Flesh is greater than paper. Will is greater than paper. Just saying. We refuse to allow these modern-day Babylonian temple merchants the right to hold judgment or court over us. We are subject to one greater than them. We will not be harped on by harridans as if they are our headmistress. That is for cucks, punks, sissies, and little boys, of which we are none. We tell such as the above to shut their lips and mind their own shop. We realize that we are not subject to their will. We refuse, you see, to allow these lowly and vile hoi polloi the right to judge, control, or otherwise order us, as we and not they are lords of all we purvey. We do not, and shall not, and never will allow the enemy to shame us into accepting defeat. Mice allow cats to badger and harass them. Dogs put cats up trees. The correct response to "you're racist" is not "no, I'm not." It is racism, racist, hater, and the rest of the imaginary concepts have no basis in fact, so only idiots like you babble about them as if they matter. The correct response to "you hate X" is no, rather "you hate me because I won't agree with your view about X, but thanks for trying to manipulate me anyways." The old "but you're really afraid of Y," that game, is best countered with a variant of "we will go into the tank with Y," Y being a shark, right after you do. The correct response to most PC accusations, to put it bluntly, is to say, basically, what you say and think does not matter in the least. Now shut your lips, or physically force us to comply. Please leave now, as your commie gibberish is not welcome at all. Never defend, always deflect, then attack. Challenge their authority and make them carry the load of defending their insane worldview up the hill. Deflect, attack, defeat. Nice and simple. The PC bots will double down on the names, huff, puff, rave, stomp, maybe even cry. But if you hold your ground, they will go away in obvious defeat. This will leave you able to have your say and to keep your pride. This will influence anyone else around to be encouraged to stand up to political correctness and social justice warriors in the future. Politically correct, control freak commies will experience a double defeat. It is as simple as they attempt to shame, you refuse to care. They attempt to put burden on you, you make them carry by deflecting. They eventually flee with their ball, you win. That's that. Deflect, attack, defeat. That is how freedom is had for the nation. Freely say what you want, free of concern for social justice warriors, political correctness, diversity, tolerance, or any of the left's moral approval. Freely defy their wants, norms, and expectations with nationalist wants, norms, and expectations. This is how a new nationalism, a true nationalism, is born from the rubble of the politically correct, multicultural, liberalism, pluralistic, atheistic, materialism experiment that's coming to ruin around us. Freely be a free man who has no need to ask leave, to freely say what you think is right, good, and just for free men to think and say. Then you are truly free of PC. Then you have free speech, real free speech. Thank you. Hello folks, how y'all doing today? Well, someone challenged me to read this out loud. So, the eternally empty cup versus the overflowing chalice. Which would you choose? People emptily pursue their isolated and limited lives. atomized, demoralized, paralyzed, work too hard for too little, and then spending what hard-earned lucre they have upon base, empty, and emptying things which simply do not satisfy or fill the void. The emptiness springs from the sensation that each has been taught from birth that they need material things and meaningless pleasure, which in fact bring them only the desire to have more. Thus, the more they have, the more they need, the more they want, in a never-ending cycle. This need has been conditioned to such an extent that people will trade all the things worth having in the present and future for needless junk goods and fad buys right now like dope fiends. They have been conditioned since birth to mindlessly spend until it is blood and tears they are paying with for their baubles and trinkets, hollowing out the substance to have the appearance. Thus, slowly but surely, most people, and this consumer society as a whole, are being emptied of all things worth possessing in exchange for useless junk which will never, ever satisfy the people at their most basic level. This leads to further attempts to find happiness by ever more absurd waste of effort and time upon even more outlandish, faddish nonsense that does not leave one feeling sated and full. If we are to change this cycle of needful dependence upon junk, we must break this never-ending repetition by frankly telling them the hard truth about their plight, and thus triggering such an empathetic, emotional response that no amount of trinkets will paper over the true needs of those whom we reach. We must boldly confront people's false belief in their needless, baseless needs, which are purely mindless wants, and break their dependency upon the false happiness which the material trinkets bring, if fleetingly, by exposing them to other options, other ways and means. We must also provide ways to potential new sources of happiness, well-being, and contentment, which sources of joy will be filling rather than emptying, which will bring an expansion of the people's lives rather than a contraction, and which will fulfill people's lives and build them up rather than spoil and tear down lives. We shall seek out and cultivate happiness inside the man, rather than from without his person. This new happiness will be internalized ideals, not external items. Thus the people will be brought from living in a spiritual vacuum to a fulfilled life in which their internal status will count higher with them than the material goods, which will be seen merely as means to the ends of life. This is life-affirming as opposed to the death-affirming nature of the empty nothing world about us. This affirmation of life is possible if we, those who oppose the empty promises of the death cult, work loyally towards control over the basic instruments of power. The first center is our own soul, then our homes, then our communities. The communities in our nation have been reduced to the level of flop houses for the world, because our leaders, local and national, are Judas goats who have no loyalty to anything but the money which their hidden masters provide. The community is the family home on a large scale. The home must be cleansed of these betrayers' stench. The community must once and yet again be a place of life that promises something worth living for, and must again become a united whole based on the common good over selfish interests. If this communal realignment of priorities towards life is to become possible, persons loyal to the ideals of life must gain control over first and foremost the local educational system, then local print and broadcast media, and finally raised to hold economic, social, and political sway in the local community as authority figures and leaders, both civic and economic, secular and spiritual. The common persons in these communities must be brought over by early indoctrination of proper values, steady persuasion in the justness of our cause, and the good positive examples of the new leadership, which will all impact positively upon their lives. Then the commons will, after seeing the benefits of the organic society, willingly abandon the false cult of materialism, and with the fervor of new converts, embrace the idealistic values of these leaders. It is absolutely necessary that people who are loyal to the nation take local power in the community back from these traitors, systemically, silently, and with all dispatch. Then and only then will it be possible for the local means of communication, administration, and taxation to be available to those who are loyal to the nation, and to use these to shape events to the advantage of our people first and foremost. These local communities shall be the seedbeds from which the nationalist future shall grow. From the bottom up, this great rebirth of our nation shall grow as a mighty tree. Understand this. If this local counter-revolution against the PC world's degradation of all we hold dear does not happen, then materialism's emptiness will consume everything and all will be lost. Everything that we hold dear, everything that we value will be consumed as our people mindlessly use up the past to pay for a party that is killing us as surely as any executioner, and pay ever increasing prices to have ever diminishing returns. For PC is a fad of self-destruction taken to a society-wide level. A narcissistically suicidal death pact, us to us, that we shall destroy us in the name of us being the left-wing fanatics who are perfectly willing to sacrifice everything you have to their false idols of equality, diversity, and tolerance. Their weapons are white guilt, white privilege, and mass third world immigration, which all amount to subversion coupled to an invasion. Thus, it is critical that loyal sons of the soil secure these local communities as economic, social, and political units. The entire battle against political correctness depends upon being able to provide for ourselves as persons, families, and communities so that we can wrestle PC to the ground and triumph. Hear this and understand it. We, the white Western peoples, are being systemically eliminated from our own history, lands, and more mentally, spiritually being castrated to serve as the whipping boys of PC's reformation of the world as we know and love it. We must refuse this fate and resist this foul ending of our great civilization. We have an absolute duty and every right to fight back against political correctness because it is anti-popular, anti-nationalist, and anti-life. It is simply put a death pact which was forced upon us, which we want no part of, and we are not alone. There are millions of us that simply have not yet had the courage to stand up publicly for their beliefs, but in their hearts they are with us. They simply lack a framework within which to build their ideals into usable tools with which to fight back against the PC media bias and academic conformity to liberal egalitarian values. The material presented is an attempt to give just these folks a framework upon which to base their thinking and from which to formulate their thoughts, written and spoken, so as to provide a united front for populists, conservatives, and nationalists who dissent from political correctness and want off this train to the liberal land of the dead. There are quite a few seemingly novel ideas, but we assure you that nothing is new under the sun. And we have merely found what was good and woven it into a tapestry useful to our people's ends. The material is based around the English-speaking world from which liberalism sprang and into which we were born. But the ideas can be applied to the entire West from the Urals to Australia. Anywhere people are willing to work hard, this material can be used to direct that work. The material presented is based upon the concept that what is founded upon correct principles grows naturally of its own accord in strength, as what has a strong foundation can be built high with confidence. Our solid foundation for the nation is a unique people who originate in families. These families have a home, a hearth, and a heritage. If these family homes with a mother-father bonding pair acting as the primary parts from which all else springs, thus, our solid foundation is the man-woman dichotomy and the natural complementary relationship between them. In this relationship is found life. Outside of this is death. We firmly embrace life for our people, and we just as firmly reject the death cult, which is liberal modernity / political correctness. The material presented in the essay is an outline of how we believe our people arrived here and how we believe they can return to better lives. With that as a counterweight to the death cult that surrounds us, we present the organic theory of society, which is a fully illustrated essay. Again, intended to fill in the past, sketch out the present, and present before the mind's eye a far better vision of the future. The future, not a, but the future, worth working hard and struggling to build. We embrace our history and our people. These are the path that leads to life. The organic society is life-based and life-affirming. It is everything this death cult is not and can never be. Embrace life. The link, which will go across the screen, links to a 193-page PDF, which is a clean document and clean link. You simply need a Google account to log in. It is a lawful, legal, doable plan to really be free of political correctness's death cult. A plan that leads to life and away from death. The organic society is based upon life, family, home, hearth, and heritage. The emptiness is based upon nothing. Which cup will you choose? Thank you. Lives don't matter. BDM for short. Warning, massive triggers coming. Seek medical and or legal attention if you are fragile. There is an awful lot of chatter from the media and academics these days about the supposed equal value of lives, minority, thug, barbarian lives particularly. We are told that every minority, barbarian, thug life, which is cut short by and assumed to be white policemen, suddenly has vast import and truly matters, as if by ghetto fabulous magic, due to the fact that Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, so runs the never-ending narrative. The narrative we are told by the academics, media, social justice warriors, and community leaders because white racist police only harm, arrest, or otherwise cause injury to innocent inner-city minority youths. Gentle, caring youths who would have been future saints, community leaders, and rap stars if only allowed to grow to their full thuggish potential. Saints, community leaders, and rap stars who were slated to graduate university with the highest marks. These special youths, incidentally, would surely have invented the cure for a cancer, we are told, if only their life was not tragically cut short by racist white police backed by a racist white system. We are told that the mile-long rap sheet of the barbarian thug was merely a technicality. We are often told that it was just such experience at keeping it real in the hood that enabled him to so ably enrich the ghetto community along with the greater society as a whole. We are, without fail, told how they was a good boy who didn't do nothing. Good boys who, though they might have been covered in the victim's blood, were completely innocent every time against all odds because Black Lives Matter, full stop. We are told just as endlessly that for majority white people to insist that all lives matter, i.e. that white lives have value as well, is racist, evil, and exclusionary. We are told that the exclusionary slogan, Black Lives Matter, is just and apparent. The implication, never spoken but always there, being that all non-whites' lives matter while whites, racists, are merely racists whose lives do not matter. Fact is, we're told an awful lot of lies and half-truths meant to deceive us. The media lies to us. The educational system lies to us. Our churches lie to us. Politicians lie through their teeth. We are told these demoralizing lies day in and day out, a stream of nonstop hogwash. We are told these lies in a million subtle ways and a million and one not so subtle ways. We are daily told emotionally laden stories, fables really, recounting yet again how violent, vicious, thuggish barbarian lives matter, more so after they are killed in the act of barbarism by white police. Lie. Vicious, wicked lie. In point of fact, every important authority figure in the PC modern world has made pact with this wicked lie, this false slogan which we are told endlessly by the Marxist media to excuse minority misbehavior. This false slogan used to shift the blame onto the white man for the action of others. This false, insidious slogan which is a means of accusing whites of racism by proxy through the police, seeking to trigger white guilt which will act to appease the barbarian horde rather than hold it accountable. It has come to the point that we are even expected to repeat these absurd lies among ourselves as if they are some sort of joyous, truthful, and useful news to be celebrated. We shall not do this thing. We have made no such pact with death. We reject the expectation that we lie to each other about the value of such lives. We shall not lie to you or anyone else about the value of barbarian lives. We state emphatically that these barbarian thugs have no one to blame for the deaths they meet but themselves. We state emphatically that vicious, violent, thug, barbarian lives not only do not matter, but that their lives are also overly costly as well as being overrated in regards to their relative value to the majority citizens. The same citizens who pay for the thugs to live, breed, and prey upon us in our own lands. We state that barbarian thugs who pose a threat to the lawful majority should be put down in the street with no mercy or remorse. We state that anyone who supports these thugs against lawful authority by stonewalling, protesting, rioting, or looting to honor the memory of the dead should be treated as if they are the thugs themselves. We state that no strong civilization allows its dregs to intimidate it on the streets of its own cities, nor do the strong allow the weak to pillage and loot among them. That is what we state. We state that the honest, lawful citizens whom these thugs rape, rob, murder, and subject to other horrific terrors matter far more than any of these barbarian thugs ever mattered. We state that the least among these honest, lawful majority citizens are worth more than all of the barbarian thugs in every ghetto across the entire nation. We state without ambivalence that is the majority honest, lawful, orderly citizens whose lives matter and whose safety is paramount. The hardworking citizens who pay for the PC traders and in diversity to enrich us matter, while those that threaten their well-being do not matter. We state that every thug who raises a hand to any honest, hardworking, lawful citizen takes his life into his own hands. In effect, they kill themselves when they engage in lawless barbarism among us. We state that our people matter, while barbarians who cause us harm do not matter, alive or dead. QED. We state emphatically that these barbarian thugs have no one to blame for the deaths they meet but themselves. We state emphatically that vicious, violent, thug barbarian lives not only do not matter, but that their lives are also overly costly, as well as being overrated in regards to their relative value to the majority citizens, the same citizens who pay for the thugs to live, breed, and prey upon us in our own lands. To finish, we say that those of you who attempt to use the words hater, racist, Nazi, or other attempts to emotionally manipulate us into silence are dupes in pact with death. Having sold out to the modern world and PC diversity for a temporary safety amongst the maelstrom that is the rising tide of diversity's anarchy. We say the barbarian thugs are merely encouraged by the academic and political left, social justice warrior types, and media appeasing them as they grow more and more restless and violent. We say that you turncoats will find it a bad bargain, as the increasingly barbarous behaviors of the ghetto thugs will more and more endanger your family in person, a danger you promoted under the banner of Black Lives Matter, i.e. anarchy is the way to get things, a danger which will turn upon you and devour you as you signal to the false idols of equality and tolerance, in horror and shock, only then to realize barbarians don't matter, alive or dead. BDM.
Hello, folks. How you all doing today? Now, for my leftoid fans and supporters who come here to, I don't know what you think you're going to do. I'm going to lay it out again for you very, very directly. Political correctness is a death pact, which the West has entered into with itself, a self-narcissistic suicide pact, if you wish. Leftism, which is the driving force, of course, behind this whole political correctness, egalitarianism, tolerance, is all a mental defect, because none of it's based on reality. Therefore, people who believe it are insane. It tends to make people stupid, plain, homogeneous, and rather lame. It makes them, because it is partner with death, worship death, and seek their own death. The West, under liberalism, has turned modern man into, frankly, the panda bear of human history. So guilty he might continue on, he is willing to give up his ancestral home and his rich, vibrant history to make amends for crimes he has not committed. And we are the panda of human history because of you leftoids. Okay? This is because leftism and internationalism have mentally and spiritually, quite frankly, castrated our race, our kind, the Western peoples. They have destroyed our families, cheapened all human interaction to the level of a market exchange, a mere commodity, left our cities in ruins, raped our history, looted our heritage, imploded our industry, and they are soon to toss a match to what is left of the pyre so that what remains can burn to ash, so that all liberal hypocrites can feel good about making others feel bad about being born. I think perhaps so they should see the history of the phoenix. We will be reborn. It's it's almost amazing because here we are, we're told daily how we're supposed to embrace this globalization, i.e., being as poor as African natives, or at any rate, how we will, since it is coming no matter what. Right? And these leftists pretend that this poverty that's coming is some kind of joyous event, something we should embrace wholeheartedly. Like poverty is so uplifting. I don't know, you know. And that poverty embracement of the left allows for, of course, for the cheap labor drive of the money people who are making a killing off of this ideology, even though the foot soldiers of this ideology, political correctness, pretend to be against the money powers on the street. It's utterly insane. Anybody who can't see that the big wigs on the PC left and the big wigs on the money over everything right are working hand in hand is utterly blind. Now, in the end, both the right and the left harp on about this magical thing called diversity. Diversity, frankly, means the replacement of the Western, light-eyed, light-haired, traditional European peoples with anyone else. It simply means invasion and replacement by a foreign horde of outlanders. Period. Okay. Now, of course, the leftists they will try to frame this debate and in any outrage of native upsetness about this replacement as hatred or hate speech and the rest. But the very fact is that they're the ones that hate us so much they've decided to betray us, go to the party that wishes to destroy us, and are aiding these internationalists in importing our replacements, which will destroy us as sure as day. Now, and the other fact is that leftists frame debates so that equality is assumed, gender choice is some kind of fact, same-sex families are real, and the rest, and the rest, and the rest. And none of that's reality. It's all a matter of framing. Equality doesn't exist in nature. There is no empirical evidence for it. Gender choice is simply nonsense. There's hardwired biological reality about you're born with certain equipment, and that's it. You don't get a choice about it. The same-sex family is, of course, part of the death cult that I mentioned at the top and has absolutely no validity. It's as stupid as assuming that if we merely stack people up on each other, they'll replace more people somehow. People are not sponges. There's a way in which people come into the world and a way in which people perish. Same-sex family is a way to perish. Now, of course, by this time, many of you are thinking to yourselves, you leftists, hate speech, because, of course, I've spoken the truth about whichever dogma it is that you support. And hate speech is there to ensure that only you leftists and your big money supporters get to speak, while you get to pretend that you have an open mic. Basically, all speech is allowed, but some speech, like my speech, isn't allowed. Now, thus, in the end, leftists, when you try your silly nonsense about how we're going to be happy about being replaced, and how it's hate if we talk about it, and how we're backwards and repressive if we don't accept your inane, idiotic, stupid, Marxist-inspired theories. Well, what we have to tell you is that you see, leftists, in nature, debate doesn't rule. In nature, this rules. In nature, men organized into hierarchies are what provide order and ensure stability. And since you leftists are destroying that basis for stability and order, you will bring yourself low, very soon bring yourself low, and ensure that people exactly like me come into power, because I am the herald of real reality. I am the standard bearer of truth. And you are the scribe making up false things to try to prop up your false idol. Leftists want to pretend that nature has to respect your conceptualizations. No. You cannot force yourself onto truth. I'm sorry.
But truth will force itself upon you. Okay? And what is funny is the more you pound away at me, the more you pound away, the more you will waste your own strength, and the more you will ensure that folks like me are victorious in the end. Brethren, those who have listened to me want to have this little say about what the leftists are and how they do, and ladies as well, sisters. These people are temporarily ascendant. But like all games, it goes back and it goes forth. The tide goes up, the tide goes down. There'll be another tide. The trick is when you're stranded, to make the best use of the time so that you are prepared for the water to return. Thank you. Hello, folks. How you all doing today? Now, folks, I'd like to discuss some serious topics with you. Political correctness, multicultural, tolerance, diversity, and mass immigration. Now, folks, political correctness and multiculture are products of communist academic enterprise. They are the direct linear descendants of mainline communism. They were pushed out of Europe by the fascists in the 30s, and they came to America and the United Kingdom and infested our universities and our media. In the 60s, they staged the social revolution, and now they are in the last stages of taking political power. Tolerance and diversity are code words. Tolerance means that pale-faced, light-eyed people have to tolerate anything that anyone else in the world does at all to us, no matter how outrageous. And diversity means everyone but us. Just like multiculture means everyone's ways, everyone's values, everyone's feelings, but ours. Someone has to be the bad person, you see. Now, mass immigration is the weapon which these communists have used since 1964 in America and slightly before that in Great Britain to cudgel the majority population into submission physically, while white guilt and white privilege are mental concepts used to break you down spiritually and mentally. Okay, folks? Now, the simple reality-based fact is that these communists and all of their equality and egalitarian gibberish is a lie. It's all a lie. Political correctness is entirely false. You can tell this because the greatest purveyors of political correctness always live in these gated communities surrounded by men with guns, as far away from the diversity and enriching elements of multiculture as they can be. They always prefer it when poor cracker whites like me have to live with the diversity and tolerate the diversity's thieving, slimy, scummy, gypsy-like ways. Well, unfortunately, folks, for the politically correct communists, most of us are not at all happy with this arrangement. We are quite unpleased. And we feel as if our concerns are being utterly cast aside. And quite frankly, this is not just a feeling. This isn't just something in our heart. This is reality. You see, political correctness has this control mechanism. When white people like us, when the victimizers complain
That's part of our our victimizational, entitlement. In other words, because we are so much better than them, no matter what we do, we're wrong, you see. Well, what I have to say is that if we're going to be wrong, no matter what, well, why play their game? You see, without the majority, particularly the majority with a penis, participating in this farce called political correctness, it would fall into its own foundation in less than a month. It would simply implode. There would be no need for any kind of confrontational violence or anything. All that'd have to happen is all the adult men stay home for a month. Just all the white men stay home for 1 month, drink beer, smoke cigarettes, and then we could all get together and decide what we want to put in its place. It's that easy. Without our input, without our strong back, none of this happens. You see, political correctness intends to use us like the horse in Animal Farm, Boxer, the one that the communists, the pigs, worked to death. That's exactly what they intend to do with you. And, all of the crows who repeat what they say, that's the minorities that they're bringing in. And the liberals and these other, the sheep. I mean, the 1980, the Animal Farm is a lovely, informative thing, and many of you probably should watch it. But, folks, PC multiculture, if you've been struggling with it in your hearts, God, I feel like a hater, but I let it go. Who cares? Your feelings are your own. You naturally should love those most like you, most close to you genetically. Period. If you don't love those over other people, you're insane or you're biologically defective. That's reality. Okay, and so this racism, that's nonsense. That's just in-group preference, and it's healthy, good, and it indicates that you have proper instincts. Yeah. Hate? Of course, you're going to be angry at things that harm the things you love and threaten your country, your future, your children, your neighborhood, your schools, your home. Duh! The idea that this is bad is utterly ridiculous. It's a misreading of bits of the Bible taken out of context by heretics who don't even believe in Jesus in the least way, who have no belief in God Almighty, and who are utterly devoid of anything like moral authority to tell me how I should feel. Now, that's reality there. Equality. It's palpably untrue. And so on it goes with all of the rest of this commie nonsense that I'm supposed to feel bad about. Well, I won't. I don't. I can't. And frankly, I think that more
Folks, political correctness has been instituted to destroy our identity, shame us into accepting our own degradation in our homelands, to divide and destroy our families and create gender confusion, to remake the people into consumerist persons with no higher loyalty than money and mere little trinkets, to break the people down morally in 1,000 subtle ways, and to divide us meaninglessly, endlessly, and uselessly politically. This is done to make us weak, to ensure that the virus of political correctness infects our citizen body and our very souls, as political correctness and its elitist allies pick our pantries and our pockets clean. And pick them they shall until we unite against them, united as one nation. The GOP has betrayed the American people. Finally, the treason is open. Finally, many will see what I have been saying for decades. Both parties are bought, and that liberal and conservative are phony labels the media and others use to soothe the masses' feelings after an amnesty, or to get a war, or a bailout, or any other number of come-ons. Don't worry, they will say, we will elect a conservative. In 4 years, after they breed about 22 million anchor babies, and we import another 4 million refugees, and chain import their families, and after, it's all a lie. And it's liberating when you finally realize that the facade is a lie, that Sarah and Teddy and the rest are just actors saying what you want to hear. and pitching to your emotions to keep you on the GOP plantation while you are betrayed, misused, and derided by the elite and left and right in turns. It is like Jesus went to the Pharisees, the tax collectors, and the Sadducees looking for legal advice. It is enlightening when you come to know, not think but know, that the two parties and their money bag enablers are not some exclusive white and black warring camps, but rather an integrated gathering of gray-clad actor LARPers who collude to your general disadvantage and who are really just thieves. The president, Congress, the courts, the media, the academia, the big business, many of the small business owners, and last but not least, the big money, these are all lined up in the list against the people of the United States of America. The entire elite in government are against the people. They reject us, the lawful citizens, and are attempting to exclude us from our own lands by means of mass immigration, political correctness, tolerance, and diversity. Now let us put an end to that nonsense about everyone that pays the fine and follows the rules magically becomes American. Nope, we're not a club. That is PC egalitarian nonsense, liberal mamba. Americans are a mix of mostly Northern Europeans with some Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans and the smallest touch of quote-unquote Cherokee that formed a distinct breeding stock that resembled the European kind. Andy Jackson is the prototypical American stock. John Wayne is another. We are an organic people that have a living destiny. We are a people who at the start of the 20th century voted by our will to enact laws that restricted immigration to ensure that we remained a majority in our lands, so that we would have good jobs, good employment, and not have to fight with the coolies of the world for our housing, clothing, and food. Not to mention we would also have those immeasurable things like dignity, pride, honor, and a sense of greater group advancement and accomplishment in our nation, which was ours and ours alone. It was only in 1964, after the subversive left gained power over the media and academic curriculum, that our nation was flooded by the non-European Third World. This was not and is not the popular will of the American majority, and was enacted by pure, simple, and plain bribery, as all treason amongst the Anglo-Saxon race has always been brought to legalization. For who dare call it treason when the King and Parliament, Congress and President, if you will, put their stamp to it? It was accompanied by a campaign to make us feel guilty about being a mono-ethnic nation. That campaign is now popularly called PC, or cultural Marxism. It did not work upon vast segments of the working and middle class. We have healthy instincts. We reject your nonsense labels and rally to our ways, our people, our values. We are those people the media mocks as hicks, rednecks, hillbillies, yokels, flyover people, and all the other 10,000 put-downs, slights, and insults that the real American endures from the money-bag, carpetbagger, international bankers, the leftist, egalitarian, dogmatic communists, and the minorities that the other two have been importing and promoting above and beyond our will since 1964, and who will continue to do so until they beat us to death like baby seals. These same united forces of right, left, money bags, and minorities have led the charge against the family, both by divorce and by equating a family to any group of degenerates paying for a legal license. This internal spiritual war on the family is to weaken us so that the mental, political, cultural war on our culture can ensure the physical war called mass immigration overwhelms us and destroys us. The mass immigration is in every way, quite frankly, an attempt to reduce us in our own nation to a servile, dumb population that will work for less and is less able to organize against the elite. In effect, they wish to create third worlders out of us in our own nation by importing enough third worlders that the average becomes so low that we're all equal to third worlders. You see, the majority people in America and Western Europe are just a bit too capable, too smart, too unwilling to believe nonsense about lowering wages bringing prosperity. So the elite are attempting, just as Thomas Jefferson warned, to make us homeless on the continent our fathers conquered. So people, what will you and your children have to themselves if our lands are given away to these third worlders? Are you willing to allow your children to go without like refugees in their own ancestral lands? Are you willing that others' children can have the money, resources, lands, educational opportunities our ancestors built up and saved? And are you willing that those other people and their children should have preference for those things over you in your own lands? If so, you are a dodo bird, and you should not only not be voting, you should commit seppuku. Now, I, on the other hand, will not cower, for I openly demand that our lands be for our people alone, and that our people under our law, living by our way of life, with our culture at the center, should live here and no one else. I'm not going to back down because of shaming words like racism and xenophobia are used. The assumption is that they, the left and big money trash, are our moral superiors whose words have meaning enough that we should just give up our lands and way of life and future for our children and ourselves because some R word is used. Ooh, ah. Mock that and laugh at its face. Hear me, my people, for this is the truth. We have had then, we have now, and we always will have an absolute right to rule our lands as we see fit, without reference to any internationalist principles or cosmopolitan nonsense. We have the utter right as an organic, unitary whole, as a nation, to demand that everyone here respect our will, our ways, our customs, our values. And most of all, that they respect our will as to how our house, which is what our homeland is, our house, is to be ordered. Our people are a nation. This state, this country is ours. It is our collective home to order, and not anyone else's. And that is the truth. This is not xenophobia or racism. Any people that give up their homelands are the pandas of history. So if you allow the GOP to betray you this way, you are pandas. Reject tolerance and diversity. Diversity is doom with an I. I am doomed by diversity. Good day. Hello, folks. How y'all doing today? Now, the GOP are not coming to save the nation. If you're a majority American and you live in, White Manistan in the rural areas, the GOP is not coming to save you. They are not your paladin. They're not your white knight. If you're that single mother living in that suburb who thinks by voting GOP you're going to keep your kids safe from the diversity coming in from the inner cities, you are sadly mistaken, dear. Okay? The GOP has forsaken you people. They have embraced the rainbow, third world, multicultural nation that the Democrats have. Okay? And that's because the GOP and the Democrats are bought by the same big money. We'll call it Wall Street if you'd like. We could call it the Federal Reserve Bank. We could call it the bankers. We can call it the international financier class. Whatever you'd like. We're not going to use stupid terms like the capitalists, because I'm not necessarily against people accumulating capital. It's how they use it that matters. See, these bankers aren't evil because they have money. You see, they're evil because they use their money for evil purposes. So it's quite simple. It's very simple stuff, if they were actually loyal citizens and doing us good service, well, that'd be a whole nother thing, wouldn't it? But they're not. And they've bought both of our parties with the intent, stated purpose, of creating more diversity in North America. That is America right now. And diversity means less of you and more of other people. Period. That's what and really what it means is less European white people and more third world brown, yellow, and red and the rest people. Now, that's what it means. Okay? Particularly Mexicans and Asians. Okay? But they're also bringing in Hindus and they want the whole rainbow hands around the world mix. Now, the fact is that both parties have signed on to this. Mass immigration is not going to stop if you vote GOP. They'll just legalize it. They'll pass a law which will give out, say, 10 times more green cards and 5 times more H-1B visas. You watch. Oh, they won't pass an amnesty. No. But legal immigrants like that, as soon as they have children here, can chain immigrate their entire family on you then. That's legal to do. Do you understand? So if you vote GOP and they do their legalization and their immigration reform, which was paid for, I should note, by the Chamber of Commerce, who did not pay $120 million to the goddamn GOP so that they could pay you good wages. Now, you better know that. The Chamber of Commerce is not your friend if you work for a wage. Even if you're a small businessman and you're a member of your local Chamber of Commerce, the National Chamber of Commerce, which is controlled by the Fortune 500 companies, is not your buddy. And when they're buying political parties, whatever they're doing is not in your interest. That's just as simple as it is. Okay? It's not, you ask me, am I your friend? Well, I don't know. I'm trying to tell you about these evil people who want to take your lands, want to destroy your identity, want to try to, basically mass immigrate your country to the point where you don't matter anymore. They can simply outvote you and throw you to the side. I don't know. I think I'm your friend. Yeah. Moreover, unlike these evil people, I don't want to steal your money. I don't want you to serve me. I don't give a damn whether or not you think I'm some superior being, Okay, I'd like to think that I'm somewhat of your friend if you're a working class guy or a middle class dude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really, right? The fact is it's not the guys making 150K and 250K that are selling America down the river. It's not the guy at the factory putting together auto parts that's selling America down the river. Okay, let's just be honest about this. Okay? And America is being sold down the river. It's the millionaires, but it's not even most of them. It's the multi-millionaires and the billionaires and the trust fund families, those large integrated trust funds and committees and councils, and the ones that shape foreign public policy. They always speak for us, but they don't ever represent anything we think or anything we want. I mean, do you all know about them? Now, we know that they rule. Can we stop pretending that the GOP is going to come and just come on riding in like a white knight and save everything? It's not going to happen, folks. We got to save ourselves. And the way to do this, now, this is tricky. This is underhanded, but this is how this game's fought. These guys are bastards, so you got to be bastards in return. Now, listen very carefully. Save up a lot of money amongst yourselves. Form credit unions. Credit unions are legal to form. You need 5,000 citizens, okay? Form credit unions. And then from there, finance your own local parties based on keeping your word to the local people and actually improving their lives. I mean, that, right? Because the very fact is everybody with a brain knows the Democrats and the Republicans are talkers, not doers. We want doers. Admit it to yourself. If you're middle class, working class, and even some of the upper class dudes, you're tired of listening to talk. You just want to see something happen, whether it goes this way, that way, the other way, but some way, rather than all this blah, 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 like chickens and turkeys in circles, Now, I personally want to see that border sealed. I personally want to see deportations begin. I want to see repatriations. I further want to see trials for treason amongst vast sections of the bureaucracy, the judiciary, the federal executive, the congressional membership, the congressional, what we might call administrative bureaucracy that resides underneath them, the Chamber of Commerce types, large employers, etc., etc. Because you know how it is? Here's how it works. If I jaywalk, I get a ticket, and I can go to jail for it. Now, why shouldn't these people who have tried to subvert our nation be held accountable for their damn acts? It's not going to happen through the GOP. Now, the GOP is going to lie. They're going to grandstand. Oh, we want to save your nation. Oh, we're here for you. Oh, please don't leave our plantation. But I'm telling you, if you corn-poon, whitey idiots got any sense in your head, you'll get the hell off the GOP plantation quick. And I'm not telling you to go to the Democrat. They're the same plantation, man. You leave one, you left the other. You're with the one, you're with the other. They're master and man. They're man and master. Do you understand? They work together, bro. It's a full court press against you. Those fights that they have up there, that's shirt and skins, man. That's shirt and skins. It's gym class. Don't you know? Are you new? Come on. So people, again, can we stop? Can we just quit pretending? like the GOP is going to change anything. They're on board with the America 2.0, the low wage, slave labor, third world, diverse, multicult slave camp that does not in any way resemble the America I was born into in 1973 at all. Okay? They're just as on board with that as the Democrats. They only pretend to oppose it so that you all will not form your own independent party while you still have a chance, and so they can slowly boil you to death like frogs. Thank you.